Oh, look who it is. If it isn't the old Busters program. Well, I guess I don't have much to say other than I hope you have an amazing day today. There are other live streamers around doing their thing. Supposedly, Red Bar is out there streaming. I can't get into it. I can't find it because reasons. If I stream it, I'll get struck. So it's an interesting little coincidence, turn of events, but it is what it is. Adam Friedland did an Anthony Weiner little thing. He did a little Weiner coverage. The only man hosts are scared of. That's right. What up, Lexi? Good to see you as well. Yeah, it's if you're joining, and you're wondering where I've been out and about doing a little bit of live performing. There's some shit happening where I'm at. But Rackham Willie, that's a reference I haven't heard in a while. Remember him? Rackball. Fucking Rackham Willie. That takes me back to like middle school. What type of performances? Wouldn't you like to know? I dance for money. No, listen, I'm working on my stand-up abilities. Looking to get some confidence back in that area. Writing obsessively. Just really I don't know. For a while I was just doing like this one place. Don't do stand up, it's so cheap. Well, listen, maybe the other people. Not the way I do it. Those other people, they're doing something different. But I go there with a friend of mine, and we're just it's fun to see people it's kind of fun to see people who suck, and compare yourself to them. And then not that I'm like, but anyway, like in a year maybe something good will come out of it. But only time will tell. Tony is reading paternity tests. What up, Spooky? Sam Hill has been very, very he's anytime I talk to him, he's like, you better go back. You better be performing again. Yeah, there's a lot of, nothing crazy has happened. Nobody's really gotten punched or like beaten up or anything. Not at the clubs anyway. That's another story to get into. But yeah, I saw Casey Rocket live. That was a totally different place in Philly. Yeah, these bricks are much I'm in a different room. I'm confined to a different room, so I have to deal with what I can deal with. I love hearing comics at Mike talk about their takes. Listen, I do want to talk about a few things happening. Orange Man. I don't know. I mean, so it depends where you go, right? Obviously, if you go to um, a liberal town, you're going to get Trump hate. If you go to a more conservative town, you'll get, people talk about all the blue hairs and how they're, foaming at the mouth. It's all about where you go. And I don't really, the thing that's weirder to me than anybody's opinion is the assumption that everybody around them is going to have the same opinion. Like sometimes comics will say, yeah, well, you know what we think about Trump. And it's like, all right, listen, how about you tell me what you think about Trump? Or, I don't even know if I agree with you about, peanuts or ice cream. Don't put us all in the same bucket. Give your take, and then I'll decide. Doing comedy in Boston was brutal. Interesting. That's more of a city type of place, so I could see it being different. Definitely different crowd. I haven't really gone into like the city. Only I think I went. Let me see what town. Where does? Yeah, let me see if. Okay, all right. This was in the town where Bradley Cooper's $6.5 million estate is located. Excuse me. I don't know why that fact made me burp. And yes, my glasses are a little fucked up because they broke. Sam Hill locked himself in a hot car and had to have a random Mormon save him. He almost died in there like a helpless infant. When did this happen? When did this little situation occur? Did I miss something? Did some shit go down that I didn't hear about, or is this a little bit of trickery? What am I dealing with here? What I would like to know, actually. Now, one of the things that they said, and I don't know what this is about, but somebody said if Red Bar is going live tonight, is he going to address the accusations? And I'm wondering, I kind of want to know what they're referring to, what this is all about. I don't know if you guys know about Sailor Twift. You remember some Red Bar guy named Sailor Twift? I don't know what his deal was. I don't remember what his deal was. But I think I might have actually met him the other day at an open mic. He definitely he had the same name. So I mean, it could be fucking some other dude with the same name, I guess. Unless he wears glasses. I don't fucking know. Man, people are so weird with what they look like and how they are. No, but see, it says he's a dude from Philly, so fuck, man. I don't know. This is kind of weird because whatever. We can get back to that, but let's see what's going on. I remember Sailor. Does he look like a dyke beast? Karen from Philly. Oh yeah. She used to do a podcast over at Laughcast Studios. Laughcast Studios was where I discovered Mike Rainey's book in the bathroom. Mike Rainey is pretty he's probably the biggest guy to have made it out of there so far. You know, I don't know if Shane Gillis is mixed in with that group, but I think the real, you know, the real formula is to not to do an hour, not to figure out an hour, maybe figure out an hour, but really to, over the course of a year or so, get 5 solid minutes and do like Philly's Funniest or something, or Kill Tony. That only takes 1 minute. So do your solid 5 minutes and then pare it down to an amazing 1 minute and then do that. So like it's very weird going back to it after all these years because, you know, it's just a different perspective, right? Like you see all kinds of people and you wonder how long have they been doing this? It does make you realize like there's always the same kind of archetypes. There's the guy who's just doing it for therapy. There's the overconfident person. There's the who there's the guy who's super confident, doesn't do well with the audience, but also doesn't notice and just is happy and smiling his entire set. And then there's the guy who has great writing, but has zero confidence in his ability whatsoever. It really depends. It was great when you actually saw Sam Hyde at the Boston Open mic? Did you? Now okay. So like I saw him do material. Like I saw him do, there was some video that he started saying some wild shit about statistics about gay people or some, I don't know, just some fucking weird shit. Wow, okay. So you saw him 5 times in Boston. Okay, wow. All right. Did you talk to him? That's a guy, that's a real separate the art from the artist type of guy. You know? Interesting stuff. TED Talk, legendary. Personal life, total disaster. You know, it'd be a lot easier to deal with people if the ones who sucked in their personal life also made mediocre art, because then you could really just weed them out. Anyway, if you don't know what I mean, let's just say he likes them young. Now, I want to see if we can cover a few things. We're going to likely have a friend of, like, what even is this, dog? What's up, Lydia? Are you asking me what I'm doing? Are you asking me? See, I ask you what you're doing, and you ask me where you've been. So this is going to be, are you ready to have the greatest fucking night of your life, everybody? You like when comics do good on this show? Now, how many of you like when comics do bad on this show? All right, give it up for Red Band. Give it up for John D's on the keys. Give it up for D's Nuts or whatever, the black guy behind me. We're here at the comedy bullshit Joe Rogan mothership zone. You know what I'm talking about. Listen, there was a guy who was talking about his life, his drug addiction, his crack usage, his cocaine usage, and I feel like Now, Coke is like, it's kind of wild. Like from what I heard, it's kind of a, it's an upper. It's energetic. It really gets you going. That's what people seem to think and seem to say. But I think he was like really trying to amp it up a little too much. Yeah, like maybe like way too much. Let me actually see if I could. So that some of these people have their own podcasts from the open mic. These different people. Now, one guy is pretty good. Another guy, maybe not so good. I'm willing to go through the different, groups, talk about them as they come. Let me see. I don't know if everybody is like on YouTube or not. So let's. Wow, fucking old ass videos. You ever see a guy whose hairline goes down too far on his face? That's kind of interesting. Okay. All right. Cool. We got a Quaaludes. Who brought up Quaaludes? What's up, Brutally L'chaim? What's up, Brutally? Quaaludes. Can you even get them anymore? Where are they? Where do they exist? And are they expensive? I don't want to do them, but it's good to be in the know. It's good to know stuff. So one of the things I wanted to do was find out, like, oh, wait a second. Maybe I can't. See, some people put their podcasts. Like, how long is this clip? Nah. All right, let's see if these people, if these Philly comics, if their podcast is any good. It's weird to have a podcast and then show videos of it, and then when you want to go watch the whole thing, there's no clip. Like, that seems kind of like forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn, but it seems kind of, oh, okay, all right, never mind. We got videos. Okay, so the guy was promoting his podcast like it's this big thing. YouTube, and the last one was like a year ago. Okay. All right. So yeah. So if I want to get Quaaludes, I know who to talk to. Obviously, Sam Hill. He's a good guy. Sam Hill talks a lot about Alex. He has a lot of things to say about Alex. A lot of opinions. He's always the butt of every joke, And I actually told Sam Hill he could show up here tonight and just, I threw it out there. I've been throwing it out there to people. Speak of the devil. And not the devil. Speak of the angel. Russell Cook. In the house. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever wondered who was the greatest broadcaster, it is Russell Cook.
Shiloh Hendricks forever, Hostbusters. How you doing, man?
Good. You said Shiloh Hendricks?
Yes.
Does that mean...
So welcome back.
Yeah. Welcome back. You got your brick wall there. Very good.
Yes.
So...
Hold
on. How has it been? What?
The brick wall, it's rained a little bit, so it feels a little damp, but it's all right.
Don't get a
You know
cold.
what I wanted to ask you about is
Yeah. What's that?
Lion Meows versus Red Bar.
Yes. So, okay. So, I saw the message about that, and that's the one video of all the videos that you sent me. That was the only one I did not get a chance to see. Um, should we go through that, or if you could tell me what is the deal with that situation?
Let me see. From what I can remember, Lion Meows is like a podcast cringe, too lazy to try kind of dude. And he
Right.
did a video about Mike David and Jules about the Red Bar program. And they got very upset with him about it and filed a copyright claim strike.
Okay.
And the video got taken down and he had to dispute it. And he's made he's done a few live streams and he's done a few pre-made videos about Red Bar,
All about Red
exposing
Bar.
him. Exposing.
Uh,
You like that? Exposing.
yeah.
So that's what I know.
Okay. So, what is it that I've heard about the claim, Red Bar claiming that it was someone else that did it, and he actually got them to rescind the copyright because it was falsely claimed? What are your thoughts about that?
Oh, it was done by someone else, but I have a feeling that it was a friend that did it. I can't
On
remember the
his
guy.
behalf?
Yeah, the guy that did the actual claim or strike or whatever. I can't remember his name, but he was a guy from Toronto, Canada, and
Mm-hmm. Good old Canada.
some sort of acquaintance.
So just some guy, he probably a guy from the BBG or the BBR.
Yeah, I
Okay.
would imagine so.
Okay.
And I'm not talking out of turn here. This is all you can find out. You can watch some Lossless, who we know, and other people.
Ah.
There's all sorts of info like this out about what happens when you piss them off.
So, okay. So now let me just be clear. Are you saying that Lossless has covered this, or you're just saying the same types of things have happened?
I watched a couple of videos of his that are probably kind of old now, but just the once you get to be on Red Bar's bad side, what can happen to you? That kind of stuff.
Right. Okay. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would say that he definitely has. And also, by the way, speaking of Lossless, season 3 coming up. I don't know what your dealings with Lossless are, but I did see a little promo of his, so possibly more back and forth with him and Red Bar sometime soon. I don't know if people are familiar with my history with the guy or not, but I definitely have had a back and forth kind of thing in over the years, but more lately it's been more neutral, positive to neutral, kind of like, nothing crazy. The Sam Hill and the American in the chat is definitely fake, but okay. So I hear what you're saying, Russell. Now I want to take a look. I'll take the compliment from Sam Hill, even though it's fake. Oh no, it's the real Sam Hill. No, I don't want to.
There's always some thorns attached to that rose handed to you. So, but anyway, yeah, that's what it reminded me of. The Lion Meows guy. It seemed like he got treated like you did. Going back, that's been years
Right.
ago, though, right? Like 4 years, 5 years ago.
Yeah. So what happened? Did he get did people
He
send
got
things to his
accused of
house?
he had some pictures of Jules when she was young, and she was fully clothed. But of course,
Oh,
he got accused of child pornography.
okay.
Which, I have a picture of me hanging up. I was 2 or 3 years old. I could I could take a picture of it and send it to you. That's not child pornography. It's just a picture of me as a very, very young child. But anyway,
Uh-huh.
and he got doxxed by someone
Right.
and
Oh,
all that kind of stuff.
so
But
similar treatment. Yeah.
yeah, that's what it reminded me of when I was watching the Lion Meows guy, his sort of struggle with everything. But he is ex-military, and he kept fighting back. He didn't give up. And in the video that got struck, he was able to re-upload it.
Okay. Now what um do you know, like, and maybe I don't know if we need to go over it or if you kind of know the highlights of it, like what was he saying in there that
I'll
was
get us
so
in trouble for talking
radioactive?
about the same stuff. Yeah. Well, just I think it's like stuff everyone's heard before.
Okay.
Like
I'm
let me
saying this from a neutral perspective, right? We don't
me
know if
too.
it's
I'm very
true.
neutral. I'm just right in the middle of everything. But like alleged grooming
Okay.
allegations, allegedly,
Okay.
alleged defrauding of people and shady business dealings and stuff like that. Uh, Alleged substance abuse problems and all that kind of stuff.
I don't
Just
care about
like,
that. I mean,
yeah,
I,
it's
if
not
he, let's say he
nothing.
did do that part, I mean, I don't give a fuck. I've had my fair
Yeah. It
share
didn't
of.
seem like the Lion Meows guy brought up anything that was like shocking. Like people are like, oh, I've never heard this about him before. It seemed like, how you doing? Geno's mini T and V in his throat tormenting him. It just seemed like
What? Yeah.
just like stuff that people probably like on Reddit or whatever have been talking about for years.
Yeah, this sounds like old Reddit stuff, like
Yeah.
old. So if it's and if it's not true, I understand, being pissed from that perspective too. You don't want to go, but the problem is if you go too far combating it, then people, like for example, like Red Bar said the stuff about me. But
Yeah. And
if I
he
went on the
fact
defensive too
checked.
much.
Yeah. Does the Red Bar program meticulously fact check every Chris D'Elia and Joey Diaz claim,
Right.
that
Yeah,
kind of stuff?
exactly.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
I
they
don't
do.
see why one's any worse or better or anything. Like neutral. We are very neutral
Yeah.
about
This
all
is
this shit. I just I think it's weird. Like, doesn't it seem like you have something to hide if you strike something instead of just ignoring it and letting it go out there?
Yeah, even if you just hate how it's affecting your
Yeah.
reputation, once you strike it, people are going to see it as damage control. They don't want the
Yeah.
truth getting out. Like, yeah, and there, it's a
It's like
losing
when
game.
we on our lower level streaming, I mean, we've been
Yeah,
accused of all sorts of heinous crimes against humanity and stuff. And I
yeah,
think that's just part of YouTube.
yeah. It happens, and really, the best thing you can do is ignore it, or just bring up all the bad shit that person has done. Like one or the other, I guess.
Yeah, you can if you want, or you
But
can just
don't.
make up stuff about them if you
It's
have
better to
to.
do that.
It's been done. Yeah, it's been
I
done.
mean, I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's better than saying, well, I'm actually not a guy who fucks dogs,
Yeah,
because
you
then you're like
can't.
backed in a corner.
Yeah, people will always assume that you're denying something because you're really guilty of it. You just don't
Yeah.
want anyone to know.
Yeah. Not that that was a specific accusation I got, but that's something somebody could say. Same
Yeah.
with, a lot of people we know. All right. So it was just kind of the normal Reddit, kind of that stuff
Yeah,
that we've
yeah.
heard
It's like
before.
taking stuff from Reddit and just streaming about it, basically, is what I think the Lion Meows guy did.
Yeah, and I didn't even know, like, okay, so the old Reddit is gone. So I don't know if this is a member of who was there when the old Reddit was there and he just kind of remembered everything, or do you know? Anyway, I think Russell got called in the other room.
Yeah, I'm back. No, what I think
Okay.
happens is that people will say that they have sources, or that people close to someone shared information with them and stuff, but I have a feeling it's all stuff that they found themselves on Reddit.
Okay.
It's just like, yeah, someone in the know told me, but it's just something you read on Reddit about someone
Yeah, I always see
doing
that in.
something terrible.
So do you
But
think
no
that?
one ever says I read about it on Reddit. They're always like, I have a source, someone close to me, a former friend, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
A former friend of the whatever, the Bring Back group or whatever, the Scars Club. But it's, yeah, the guy
Yeah.
didn't really present any smoking guns that hadn't already been. These are like, all these accusations are pretty old now, right?
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah.
what I was saying. Like, these are from the old Reddit, as far as I know. I don't think the new one
So
really
it could have
talks
been
much.
people just giving him secondhand Reddit shit. I
Back
really
from
don't
back in the
know.
day.
Yeah, or people
Oh,
remembered certain things and brought them up.
okay. I guess there's a pretty alive Reddit. I mean, not Reddit. I'm sorry, Discord out there.
Yeah.
The good thing about Discord is it's kind of more private. Like, you have to go looking for that shit. So if somebody's fucking with your reputation on Discord, like, it only goes so far. Reddit's a little more open, and then YouTube is like the most accessible. I don't know if everybody goes on Reddit, but yeah, like these YouTubers. So do you think he's covering it on the latest show?
I don't know. That'll be interesting if he does, because I haven't heard anything from his side
Yeah,
about
because
what happened. Because this was like
yeah.
3 weeks ago it all started.
Oh, okay. I think I went to check it out, and either it wasn't there or the video was too long or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he did the Lion Meows guy did a couple lives that were pretty long. They were over 3 hours.
Okay, so these were live streams then.
And then there was at least two that were like Red Bar Exposed, part one. And then one of them got taken. One of them had the copyright strike or whatever filed against it.
Wow. Yeah, that takes me back. That's like shit I did like 6 years ago or something. Like, I didn't know people were still in that game.
I think the guy was just new to Red Bar.
Oh, all right. So he's discovering it for the first time.
Yeah, I don't think
Right.
because he said that what inspired him, and this is the Lion Meows guy, what inspired him to start streaming about comedians that he didn't like and stuff like that was how bad Burning Boats by Joe Rogan was. So this is not
Yes.
very, how that was like last year, wasn't it? Or
Yeah.
not even a year ago. So yeah, I don't think he knew anything about Mike, David, and Jules or anything like that. He probably just watched them and thought they were mean or whatever,
Yeah, he didn't give it a year.
He
gotta
did
give it a
definitely
year.
not a year. Yeah.
Yeah. It took me longer than a year to get it, but Yeah, you know, you take the things he says at face value, and you don't see the kind of, I don't know, the intention behind it. Then, not that he's not that he's, you know, doing a bit 100% of the time, but if you take everything he says seriously, I get why you would be like, fuck that guy. I mean, I feel like you'd be that way about everyone, actually, like me too. Like, not that people don't have their reasons to hate me or Sam Hill. I mean, Sam Hill especially. But, you know, I don't know. I'm not here to fight with people. But, you know, some people are an acquired taste, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right?
And there really is. Like, I think the more you watch something like Red Bar, you kind of realize he and Jules probably aren't like 100% deadly serious every time they say something.
Yeah. Do you remember I got all like freaked out about how he was talking about what was it? This was so long ago, you might not remember at all. I did a video about Stan Lee and how he was like shitting on him on Dane Cook's Instagram. He was just saying, fuck Stan Lee, I'm glad he's dead, and all this stuff.
The Marvel artist, dude,
Yeah.
Stanley.
Yeah, so that was my first like kind of introduction to. I had seen him on a Polaris video. That was my first introduction to him. But for the universal audience, Polaris is the nickname given to Porcelain by what's his face? Gavin McInnes. When he tried to pretend he didn't know who he was.
Yeah, I've
His
noticed
little
that
trick.
too. That seems to be a classic thing to do. Is if there's some sort of feud brewing, you just act like you've never heard of the person before. You don't get their name. Oh, Host Spider. I don't even know that guy. Yeah. Well,
That's not
see
a bad name.
what's funny is that I found out about you searching for Red Bar clips.
Oh, really?
Remember the very first video you ever did was a Red Bar one, wasn't it?
Okay, then that would have, yeah,
As Ghostbusters, yeah.
that probably was the Stan Lee situation. He
It,
was like,
see,
it
I
was
don't
like Dane
remember
Cook.
any of that, but
Yeah, the content.
I'm old, so
But I remember everybody was just like, fuck you, you don't get it. Like, this is like, this guy, you're taking everything he says seriously. And I was. I said a lot of silly shit. Like I said, I'm more of a Colin Quinn guy. And people were saying, yeah, we can really see the Colin Quinn influence. Like, just, you know, I think Sven posted in it. What's his name? Uh, un, Not
oh,
unpunished.
that's something else I've noticed that ever since that falling out, Sven is a good source of anti-Red Bar information.
Oh,
He was clips of him talking about various things uh were in one of the Lion Meows videos. Man, I've been plugging the
okay.
hell out of Lion Meows. I hope I can get a hat or something
Oh,
out of it.
yeah.
Some merch, yeah. But I just thought it was interesting. I had never actually in real time witnessed a feud, a Red Bar versus someone feud. Because
No?
I like Red Bar.
Yeah. Wait, so you never witnessed a Red Bar feud?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I just
This is your.
remember you talking about your dealings with the bring back group, the Reddit or whatever,
Okay.
and the stuff that you were accused of. But I don't know when I watched bits and pieces of him, but I really didn't start watching him frequently until like maybe a couple of years ago. So I didn't know a lot of the stuff, the lore.
Right. Okay, yeah. I mean, if the more you actually watch it, I've noticed like he has a few strategy. I think he sees people fuck with him for a while, and then he kind of copies their strategies a little bit. Like the one is he'll always tell people that he's working on a documentary on them, and he doesn't even have to make right.
That's not a
Right.
bad idea, though, to say that.
Yeah, because you don't even have to make it. Yeah, it freaks them
Ken
out.
Burns is going to help me make this documentary, tearing you to pieces. Well, you were talking earlier, I was listening, you were talking about Sam Hyde and separating the person from the comedy or whatever, and it's probably best to do that with everyone you like, right?
Yeah, because you don't know what they're. Yeah, I mean, like Sam Hyde. God,
because I like what I've just recently heard some of the Sam Hyde allegation stuff, and I didn't know about that either.
Okay. Yeah, it's like I don't know. I guess I kind of. It's funny, like I pick and choose the stuff to be offended by because I heard all the. I heard all the not.
You kind of do that. I'm like, wow, it's not that bad. Someone else does it. How dare you, you fucking scumbag?
Yeah.
Do you think that the comedy is kind of like I don't know. I was thinking about it, and I probably had like something way better to say about it than what I'm going to say now. It's like when you get to be famous, the worst thing you can do is start fucking your fans.
Oh, because if something's going to happen.
Eventually someone's going to, whether it be true or not. Because I just saw something recently. There's a new video about Russell Brand and all the trouble he's been in.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that's what happens is you hook up, as they like to say now, with your fans, and things don't end in a good way. They're probably just going to want to trash you, right?
Yeah. That's gotta be, you don't, yeah, I mean, it's most of the time nothing is documented. It's he said, she said situation. So yeah, I mean, you're kind of screwed. Even if you didn't do anything.
Yeah.
Just the court of public opinion. Forget about it going to court. But like, now that's not to say like none of these guys are scumbags. Like, I feel like Andrew Schultz, I don't even want to say it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he really did some of the shit he was accused of. But it also, you also don't know.
I think, unfortunately, I've always loved music,
Yeah.
And I think it's the same with comedy. That people assume that if you're a professional comedian or a professional musician, you're just Sodom and Gomorrahing it 24/7. You're just constantly looking to get laid and take as many drugs and party as much as possible.
Yeah. Because those people are out there, definitely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good point, Foreman. Part of the thing, it used to be groupies, if that's still politically correct to call them that. What do they, don't they call them chuckle fuckers if they're comedy groupies?
Yeah.
How you doing, Mr. Brute?
Yeah.
But I just think that would be like the worst way to get future accusations leveled against you. Is screwing a bunch of women that are fans of yours. Loving them and leaving them,
That would definitely weed out a lot of comics, though. Like Foreman was saying, what's the point? Like, you would never have a D'Elia in the first place, because that's probably
Yeah, have you noticed?
The whole reason he wasn't.
He looks just like he's still at his wit's end. Like he just hasn't fully recovered from being Me Too'd or whatever it is. Because
Oh,
I saw some, probably on Red Bar, I saw some clips of him recently, and he looked like he hadn't slept in days. He's kind of jittery. He was still talking about like how everything affected his family and stuff like that. And you could have just stayed home and beat off, done a
yeah,
bunch of drugs by yourself, you know?
yeah. Well, he had his fucking. I know he had to. He got a little too excited. He had his. Do you remember when he denied the whole sex thing in Hollywood? He's like, "Oh, really? That famous drop? Oh, really, dude?"
I've
And then he
heard that.
laughed.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's always.
Well, Joey Diaz did the same thing when Joe Rogan was talking about the Diddy freak offs. Oh, I don't need to know about any of this shit. It doesn't affect me if it happens. And I was kind of thinking, yeah, because you've had the same shit. You've been accused of like turning women into cokeheads and R-wording them and stuff and all sorts of shit. But
Yeah,
I
who
don't know. Do you
cares?
think it's not any of my business? I don't give a fuck, Joe Rogan. But
Yeah.
I think that it's probably tempting because it's like you grow up and when you're young and you're working on whatever it is, you're don't want to be like the death squad, but the artistry of what you're doing,
Mhm.
you probably don't really meet a ton of women. And then when you get famous, all these really nice looking women are throwing themselves at you. It's probably really just fucks with you.
Yes.
You're not used to being that beloved and popular.
You think they almost like can't believe it? Like it's like they're fucking with them or something.
Yeah, I think it just fucks with your ego and stuff.
And then what happens is that they just, I don't know, then they become addicted to it 24/7 and
Yeah, and you just want to fuck and party and snort and shoot and suck and fuck and all this shit nonstop, probably,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm an older person now, but I couldn't imagine if I had just turned like 25 or something like that, and for some reason I became very popular.
It would just
Like
be
it,
out of control.
I probably would have just been wallowing in the sex, drugs, and bizarre eyes wide shut costume parties and all that stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was young
Um
once, you know.
do you, speaking of, so I have a few ways to go with that. I want to ask you the eyes wide shut thing now. When you hear that, what real life does it make you think of any particular real life occurrences going on right now or that have
Oh,
gone on?
currently, no, but I remember Kenneth Unger wrote a couple of books called Hollywood Babylon. And I've, through the grapevine of various gossipy things, have heard for years about the wild sex and drug parties that celebrities would throw. And
Okay.
women being abused, women being underage and being abused, uh, S word trafficking kind of stuff, and all that shit. And going back to like, the golden age of Hollywood, silent films and shit like that.
Even back then, it was same
Yeah,
situation.
yeah.
Wow. Okay. So it's been going on probably as long as Hollywood's been around. Do you think it had to? Do you think like Hollywood was created for that reason?
It's to have wild sex
Yeah,
parties.
yeah. What if that's the
So,
whole reason?
like it's a means to an end.
Yeah.
I really don't know because I've always been. like a geek or a doofus or a nerd. I've never really been like a hey, let's go to this orgy kind of guy.
No.
Or yeah, I've never. I mean, might have daydreamed about it.
If you were invited, would you go? If it just came about?
Depends on what number. Like if it was a gangbang, like what number would I be? Would I be the very last person in line, or would I be somewhat? No, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't really I don't know. I
would
hate
be.
to admit it, but I'm not like a real wild ass party animal kind of guy.
You're not a Hormaxer type. You fucking
I like him, but no, I couldn't
no.
imagine living that androcentric lifestyle. But
Androcentric.
I
Interesting.
what I better say something very eloquent and thoughtful. No, I
Okay.
just I was never really motivated by chasing pussy and money, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe that's bad in a lot of ways. I might be doing a lot better now if I had. But I always just was happy to have one girlfriend and that kind of stuff. And when I was bad about doing drugs and drinking, I did it alone a lot. So it wasn't really like me by myself with various chemicals and stuff. It wasn't like having a wild ass party. Just me by myself.
It just wasn't.
Yeah, I wasn't like
something
a real
appealed to you.
Yeah, and I didn't have to be one of those guys where like people are like, oh, I'll try to talk like a youngster. Yo, dog, I got mad respect for that Russell. He holds some wild ass freak parties and orgies, and he gets some fire ass ketamine. I never really had to be the leader.
Okay, you just kind of.
And I think that's the stuff that Diddy seems to really be into, is being considered. Well, before all this fucking shit got him in trouble, like someone that people admired and respected and looked up to and stuff.
Right. Yeah, I guess
Well,
I didn't realize.
Your chat's getting kind of interesting.
Let's take a look.
Okay, Brutal Mafia says Eyes Wide Shut was almost a mirror image of the food truck in Radio Form. Okay, wow.
What? The food
Radio
truck
Foreman
sex scene?
is one of those guys that is a wild ass motherfucker. It turns out to be. Oh, I thought that Brutal Mafia said I could see Russ owning many Italian corpses. Okay, many Italian capes for those masks rendezvous. Nah, I really wouldn't want to have to get all dressed up. I would have just. Russell is hot because he's unobtainable. That's sweet, spooky girl. That's very nice of you to say.
You got your groupies right here.
The Rusters.
That's a good name.
Well, there's IRL Sam Hill.
Oh,
how you doing, Sam?
What's up, Sam Hill? A little bit of accusations made about Quaaludes. May would say RC is whippable. What does that mean? She she wants to whip you like a dominatrix? Is this something?
Probably pussy whipped. Like I would just. That's the thing. I'm not. I really am I'm a cantankerous old fuck, and I don't really like being told what to do.
Okay.
Unless you're my blessed mom or aunt or uncle.
Do you are you a JLP type that hates women?
No. When I was younger, I remember thinking like that.
Okay.
all these women, they're no good, that kind of stuff. But it was probably me that wasn't any good either, It was equal. No,
Yeah.
I like it. It just seems like I geared myself up to have hobbies and interests that you can do by yourself, and I wasn't
Mhm.
really good at being outgoing,
Oh yeah. I
like
mean,
like a life of the party kind of guy. Like I'd rather stay home and play a bass or something like that than just like woo keg party. Um, yeah, I
yeah,
tried
yeah,
that kind of stuff, and I always felt like it was exhausting. Like being really social is exhausting.
yeah. No, totally. I mean, for me, it's like unless I'm on the right drunken si- situation, like fucked up the right way, I can't do it. I can't be that guy.
But you had to recover for a day or so just from being out at some party for hours or something like that.
Yeah.
That's how I remember feeling.
I'm, I'm curious if that's the same with all of the busters.
That
If
were all
if we all have the same
introverted.
temperament with that, or if it differs. Yeah, I wonder.
Maybe that might be why we've been able to, we've been friends for a long time now.
Yeah, some shows have disappeared. We've gone, taken
Yeah.
breaks, but we've stayed. We should make a song about it. We do need to make some songs for real. And you've got some experimental different I don't know if experimental is the right word, but you do a lot of things with guitar that
Hmm.
I didn't know about. Like there's all these effects pedals and these
Yeah.
maybe techniques and stuff that like it's the same way that I guess I compare it to like how people are with like when they get really into like cameras or something. There's so many different angles that you things you could do with stuff and the add-ons and all that shit that
Yeah,
it's the
that's basically
artist
what
and
all that stuff is add-ons.
yeah. Our uh our friend Cool Boy CB was telling you about this digital program that he uses. Now, is that something you ever had experience in? Like, and
No, I last time I recorded stuff, to be honest with you, was with a Tascam 4-track recorder that used cassette tapes.
really?
Yeah.
Wow. What year was this? 98?
No, this was still in the 2000 and somethings, 2008, 2009,
Oh,
probably.
okay. Did you have like a mini? Was it one of those mini tapes like the answering machines?
No, these were regular size cassettes, and it was like a blue colored 4-track cassette recorder, and it had like the little equalization things for 4 tracks, and then there was like I won't talk about every nook and cranny of it, but it was me and a friend of mine, and we had a couple of microphones so we could record direct into it, or we could record amplifiers or whatever, and used a lot of like tambourine and kitchen items for percussion type sounds and stuff like that, because you could
Okay.
speed them up or slow them down and make, like, it was actually kind of fun. It's everything you can probably do really easily now with just a digital audio workstation or something like that. But
Oh,
this is what we had. In fact, a friend of mine got a digital interface thing for recording directly into his. I think he was an Apple dude, and he just never learned how to use it. It just collected dust.
oh,
But
he
it was,
never used his
yeah,
computer.
he could never figure it out or never did, but the cassette one was easier to use. Like even I could figure out how to use that.
I always hear foremen say it's all automated bullshit.
I don't get this shit anymore. These kids with their pressing a button and you recorded Sergeant Pepper. We had to work hard back in my days. Now, I really think that like if something's easier to do and it's easier to get out, that
Yeah.
should probably be what you do.
Okay. Now, do you have these recordings? Like, is it?
No.
No.
It's what they call lost media.
Lost forever? What do you think happened to it?
Intentionally. It was
Oh,
intentionally.
intentionally.
Lost. Yeah.
Wow. It was that bad? You felt that poorly of it, or?
If I ever I'd see, I don't know where any of it would be. Seriously, I do think that it's just gone. But I would listen to it, but I wouldn't want it to be considered my life's work.
Right.
It'd be like, yeah, I was trying to do a 4-part guitar solo, so it goes on like this. I might have got stoned beforehand, so could have wrapped it up a lot quicker than it did. But I remember the thing is that the cassettes, you could get these they were clear cassettes with no writing or anything on them. You could get them really cheap, so that part was easy. The being able to record just about any time you wanted to, because you could get a deal on cassettes. My friend got them from someplace, might have been like a Sam Ash or whatever kind of music stores were around back then. So it was fun to do for a while. We would get together whenever we could and record stuff. We even did like a Chipmunks type Christmas song, because you can vary speed. Like if you can like pitch up and pitch down stuff manually. With those old cassette type recorders. So it was a lot of dicking around, but we enjoyed it.
So this was like a more advanced recorder than maybe like it was like a professional type of thing?
Ooh, I wouldn't go that far, but it was more than just having like a boom box sticking in front of something and recording everything. We could do multi-track stuff, and we could mess with the speed of instruments.
Was it
to make stuff sound real sludgy?
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was fun. A lot of people still like recording like all the old-fashioned ways of like just getting a 4-track and shit. A lot of people still use the reel-to-reel tape ones, which are monsters.
What's the is that like the film of the audio world?
Yeah, you get a reel, and then there's an empty reel, and you thread through the tape head thingy and stuff, and then you basically wrap it around the empty reel, and it just goes and records that way.
So is that like super high quality?
A lot of people love it. I mean, that's sort of the old, like going back to like the 60s at least, and the 70s. A lot of stuff was multi-track tape.
So when you do, does that mean you literally have to have like tape for every track? Like a reel of tape for every instrument or vocal?
Usually, like if it's something old, like 4-track tape, each track can be used individually on one thing of tape. And then there's 8-track, 16-track, and 24-track, which is really huge fat tape. 24 individual tracks are contained on the tape. So it's like 2 inches or something like that wide.
Okay.
And you can, but before then, there was overdubbing was done by, you would record over a track you'd already put stuff on, but you'd somehow cover up or disable the eraser head function so you could record over what you were recording, but you had to be really good at guessing volumes and stuff like that. It was a very,
so you didn't like blow out the volume or something?
yeah, you wouldn't want to overdub and the layers drowned out what you had originally recorded. You had to somehow balance the volume of everything.
Okay, so it's not like overwriting, it's more like mixing
Adding
sound
to
with it.
It would add sound to the tape, but without erasing the prior sound. So when you recorded, it wouldn't erase, it would just add to. Which a lot of people did for years, like Frank Zappa and people like that I'm really fond of, did that kind of stuff for years.
Okay.
Then it finally got to where you had like 24 individual tracks, and you could just chain 24 track players together. So you could have like, 70 some tracks to fill if you wanted to. Then digital came along and made all that stuff, I guess, now unnecessary. I don't think you have to worry about recording to tape anymore if you don't want to.
Right. Well, I'm trying to understand. So like, are you saying if you looked at a 24 track tape that there's partitions in the tape?
I don't know if you can see it because I've never handled any of it, but yeah, there's 24 sections that can individually be recorded on, all on a 2-inch piece of tape.
Okay. So you could like select the one and switch to it. Okay. That was like what I was trying to understand. All right. That makes a little
then
more
sense.
Sense.
If you filled up all 24 tracks, then you got to mix everything, which could take days to get the perfect mix of everything with something so intricate with so many different tracks on it. You got to balance them out. And some things might play continuously throughout a song. Some things you would fade the track in and out at certain spots. Everything could be equalized and compressed and whatever in its own way. Because if you see a lot of those old mixing desks, they're huge because you can control every track, every whatever. I don't even really know what those things do because I've never actually been able to work with anything like that.
Okay, so you didn't work with that back in the day, but you worked more with like tapes and stuff.
Extremely low budget, yeah, that's what I did.
But even with that, could you kind of like do the same thing?
Yeah, on a way less elaborate level.
Yeah. Okay. Now but how did that work? You could like switch between them?
Yeah, with 4-track tape. A cassette tape is stereo, so it's 2-channel. Well, while using a 4-track recorder, it uses both sides at once. So you get 4 individual channels. And say it's you and a friend of yours. If you wanted to, you could have 8 different instruments together using the 4-track.
Okay.
So it's easier to do stuff in pieces. Like if you didn't have a whole band, you could make it sound like a whole band because you had 4 tracks to work with.
And what does that mean?
Sam Hill. We bored Sam Hill.
We bored him?
Yeah, he left. Sorry, Sam.
I mean, listen, if you're not,
we could do
it's not groovy enough.
Yeah.
I thought he was.
Yeah, he didn't even want to.
Well,
You should come up, Sam, if you're still watching. We got into this weird. See, I don't know enough about this stuff to really, like, I don't know recording technology that well. Just bits and pieces of stuff. But it is amazing. I will say
yeah.
that.
I
I'm
mean,
always willing to learn more because I think it's really interesting.
I think that, you know, I would like to hear some of your recordings if you do put out anything in the future. Cause, and I mean, I know some people who record in studios. Uh, I don't mean to brag. No, I don't do any music recording, but I know of people who do. And, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like something. I guess what I'm trying to say is these people are nobodies. So you might as well do it and not like if you think like, oh, I have to be Bono or George Harrison to record my music. Well, you know, Joe Schmo at the open mic has an album, so I don't see
Yeah.
why you don't like. In other words, have you not recorded anything because you feel averse to it, or what, or just haven't written anything you felt was
Yeah, I just really
worth
haven't
recording?
written anything of a substantial amount of stuff, or like stuff that I think is really good. Like, oh, people need to hear this. I haven't done anything like that. I just enjoy playing music. And if it's making up my own stuff or half-assed cover versions or whatever, I just enjoy the actual playing of it, the going through it and trying to get it to sound good and worrying about that kind of stuff. I kind of lost patience with that kind of stuff.
Okay. Could you do like now you've lost patience with what aspect exactly? With writing your own stuff and going over it a bunch?
Yeah, like editing it,
Okay.
trying to I just very much into like they would call it improvising to be fancy, but just making
Mhm.
up my own stuff and then kind of forgetting about it once I'm done.
Okay. You just like to be in the moment with it and just let it be what
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, because I just think of playing music as a hobby, and I really never felt like, oh shit, I need the world to hear my music.
Mm.
Because
Okay.
I'm like Bono and George Harrison.
Uh-huh.
No, I just enjoy
Well,
playing instruments
it's
and
like
stuff like that.
yeah.
But if I ever met someone else and they were like, yeah, I've written some songs, I think I would be good at assisting them. They would be like the main writer, of course, and I could be like the arranger
Okay.
or whatever. I think I could be pretty good at that. But yeah, I just like it's really hard to come up with something that you think sounds really good. And you're like, because you want it to be unique. You don't want to accidentally rewrite a song that's just a song you like. Like, yeah, this melody sounds exactly like a Beatles song or something like that.
What does it mean to arrange something?
Like if someone's written a song and it's just them playing the chords to it on an acoustic guitar and singing, you could be the one to add like the drums, the bass, the guitars, anything else. Just make it a fuller song.
Okay. So you would like write that in the music, or you would find the people to play it? Like what, I guess you would
Well,
write
if it was just adding electric guitar, bass, and drums, I could do all that myself. And
Okay.
if it was anything else like keyboards or whatever, maybe shit, even like strings and horns and stuff, I could communicate with someone that was able to write out in notation, or just the players themselves. I could communicate what I wanted things to sound like. I could just basically play my ideas on a guitar and tell them, yeah, it's F sharp to G sharp to A or something like that.
So are you more of a conductor?
No, no, no. Like Bugs Bunny conducting a symphony.
Yeah.
No, because I don't know about any of that kind of stuff. I got really into
Oh,
learning music theory when I was like around 18 or 19, and I didn't apply it to anything. I just enjoyed reading about it and taking notes and stuff. And I don't remember hardly any of it. Like I'll see a
okay.
term used and I'll have to Google it. Be like, oh, that means play it fast, or that means play it slightly behind the beat, or whatever. So yeah, it's
Mm.
very like a hillbilly approach to playing music.
Okay. Now you talk about playing drums, so you can play drums?
Yeah, that was my first instrument, was drums. I got my first drum kit for my 10th birthday, a
Okay.
hundred and some years ago now.
Yeah, people don't know how old Russell is.
Yeah, I'm
Really
really,
is
really, really
150
old.
years old.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Now you actually okay, so I've seen drummers and they, obviously I don't know, just there's something really impressive about a good drummer. Were you pretty good? Like
Yeah,
I
I was decent for someone that wasn't taking lessons or anything, that was just self-taught. I was able to learn pretty quickly.
and you just kind of switched because it wasn't
Guitar's
your thing.
quieter. Guitar's quieter. Being a
Oh,
drummer's hard in a neighborhood, or like I couldn't, like I live in apartments now. I haven't heard a single drummer. Like
okay.
they're loud, an acoustic set of drums can be really, really loud.
They are loud. Have you heard about them, like this reputation of drummers to take just like if it's not their drums that they're playing, if it's like the house drums, that they just will like beat the shit out of them and play them extra hard?
No. Uh-uh.
Okay. I was asking that because it felt like recently that's what a guy was doing. Like I was impressed by his abilities, like absolutely impressed with his timing and his whatever, however it works with the being able to be so coordinated. But it was fucking loud, like louder than loud. And I don't think
Yeah,
it's always that loud when people play drums.
yeah, a lot of drummers play really loud, and that's what they always do.
Do you think it's just I was in a small room, so maybe that
Yeah, if
like
it's a small room, like every cymbal crash and stuff, it is gonna kind of pierce your ears when it cuts through.
okay, this was like
A
this
lot
is
of a lot of musicians that play guitar or bass or whatever and stand in front of drum kits, they lose their hearing from years, their
mhm,
high end hearing from years of cymbal crashes going on behind them all the time and stuff.
okay. Shit. All
That's
right.
why people will use the earplugs now that can filter out certain frequencies and use in-ear monitors and stuff like that. Because yeah, a real set of drums can be really loud. I mean, there's people that'll play them gentle with brushes. And a lot of jazz drummers will play really soft.
Yeah, I
But
was
most rock
wondering.
type drummers, metal, punk, or whatever, they tend to play pretty loud.
Yeah, like does playing it lightly, does that like take away the whole vibe of like what it is to be a drummer? Like, does that take the balls
Yeah,
out of it or
probably
whatever you want to call
for heavier stuff. Because I know me and a friend of mine that I've known for years, we always, like, if you have an amp that's like a certain wattage, you always say you can hear it over a drummer, and that's a sign that it's a pretty loud amp, that it's going to be
Wow.
good for playing. Because yeah, drums, especially like you said, in a small room, good Lord, that's going to be all you hear.
Okay. See, I was wondering if the drummer was like an asshole and he was really trying to hurt our ears, but it sounds
But
like
do a lot of like, you know Led Zeppelin, right? John
yeah.
Bonham, he was notorious for being a loud drummer, and a lot of rock and heavy music kind of drummers, they play loud.
Okay. Well, then next time I do that room, I'm definitely gonna bring like you were talking about. There's ear not earbuds
There's fancy
earplugs.
earplugs that,
They
like, you can get the rubber ones, the foam ones that just you stick in your ear and you can't hear as well. But these are ones that will filter out certain high frequencies that can mess with your hearing. But I would
okay.
imagine it. But you could just like there's a couple of clubs around here that sell earplugs, like where you go to get your beer and stuff. They
Ah,
sell those little foam rubbery earplugs
but
because it's loud usually.
then you can't hear anything, right? I want to
No,
hear.
you still can. It's actually probably good for you to have some sort of earplugs in or something.
Yeah, because like I want to go to this place on a somewhat regular basis,
Was
but
it
like
was it to where did you feel like all you could hear were the drums and you couldn't
yes.
even hear it? Yeah, that's probably because they hate to say it, but they probably weren't playing loud enough. If you
The
have
rest of the
like,
band.
yeah, the rest of the band probably wasn't playing loud enough. Because I've seen bands with like I saw Dinosaur Jr. live once, and their guitar
Uh,
player Jay Mascis, he was playing with 3 full stacks behind him, and he had like 100-watt Fender to his right that he was using as a monitor, and he would step on one pedal and he would be so loud that the drummer just looked like he was lip syncing. You couldn't hear the drums, but you could still see the guy moving and playing. But yeah, you need a lot of like,
uh,
for especially for heavy stuff, you need a lot of firepower, you know. You need to be as loud as possible because that's part of the thing. Like when I
wow.
was a kid and saw Metallica, it was the loudest concert I'd ever been to. Because before then, I'd seen the Monkees and the Beach Boys, and as much as I love them, they're not known as heavy, hard rocking bands. And Metallica was like a shock how loud they were,
Yes,
and
that
you
was
couldn't
a
hear anything for like a couple of days afterward.
wow. You were like deaf. Yeah, that was a saying, louder than a Metallica concert. I didn't know it was
Really,
like, yeah,
that's really what it was like, especially in 1989.
wow. All right,
But they
so
were that was such a good live band, and I got to see them when they were young. How you doing, Tiff Mafia? Um, which I look back on now, and of course I loved it when I went to it. But that was one of those things. Is when I saw them, they were all still in their 20s. They were just young and right at the point where they were becoming one of the biggest bands ever.
oh,
So
so you
that was
kind
really,
of sorry, you. I was just gonna say, like, you kind of saw them before they were a big deal.
yeah, they were a big deal, but not, I think it was like a couple years later that they became one of the biggest rock bands ever.
Wow, that's pretty cool to
Yeah,
like be
I
there
got
at the
lucky
time.
sometimes. And tickets used to not be that crazy expensive back then either. Like it was probably maybe like 15-20 bucks to see a big band at a place around here like the Richmond Coliseum. The merch used to
Wow.
be almost, the merch would cost more than the tickets a lot of the times, like the t-shirts and stuff like that.
So the Richmond Coliseum, was that like a? That sounds like a gigantic
Yeah,
venue.
it was built for all the different sports stuff you can do. but
I
a
would.
lot of bands played there too.
Was it?
Elvis played at there's something I found on Spotify. Elvis played the Richmond Coliseum in 1973 or 74. So it's been around for a while.
Wow. Yeah, it sounds like this gigantic place. And how were the tickets so cheap? Like I would think
I
like
don't know. Like when people say that it's like $200 or more per ticket to see someone, that seems kind of recent.
okay.
Like I can remember tickets being at least under $50 for years. And this would be big bands like whoever was the biggest band, and then they happened to hit Richmond. But
Okay.
doesn't it seem like tickets start at like $100 or more now?
Yeah, like I'm curious if we were to go with like let's say you wanted to have an let's say you wanted to see Shane Gillis. No, I guess actually would it be better to compare a musician? What's like a good musician in on the level of
Shane Gillis?
on the level of Metallica?
Well, Metallica's still touring. I wouldn't
Okay.
mind seeing them at all.
Okay, so I
Well,
wonder what.
I need to look it up and remember where it's at, but Bert Kreischer's playing close, but it's not until November of this year.
Oh, really?
Bert, the Machine is going to be in fucking Richmond, dude.
Oh shit!
And I know everyone is like, oh, Bert, ooh. But I think it would. I've seen so many hit pieces on him and stuff. I would probably be kind of starstruck to actually see him live and be like, holy shit, it's the real guy. He took his shirt off. He's drinking. You know, I would probably love it. I
So you're
don't
looking
really,
to.
because I think you can parody stuff and make fun of stuff, and that doesn't mean you hate it or anything like that. You know,
Yeah.
like, because I like, wouldn't you go see Joe Rogan?
I
I would.
guess for the hell of it, I would probably
Yeah,
see a
I would.
bunch of people first. But yeah, I mean, like, okay, I would if the ticket was not $200.
Yeah, me too. But I can't think like any of the ones that seem kind of, like fun to goof on and stuff. I don't hate any of those people.
Yeah, it would be fun just for the hell of it, right?
Yeah. Like,
Yeah,
yeah, I was there.
like, yeah. Somebody invited me to see Tom Segura, but I went to see Casey Rocket instead. But Tom Segura, I don't know. It would be interesting. Definitely.
Yeah.
Might as well just see all of them. Why not? Fuck it. Right.
Because the thing is like there's a lot of people that make videos about how they're hacks and stuff like that, but
Yeah.
they still do extremely well in front of audiences and stuff like that. And even if it's the same shit they've been doing for years, it still gets a huge reaction from fans.
Yeah.
Like Bert Kreischer, as far as I know, he might tell the Machine story every time he does a show. But I bet the audience is
Yeah.
really into it.
Yeah. I mean, he says that he has to tell the Machine story and he has to take his shirt off. Whether he wants to do
Yeah.
either of those things, he has to do it for the people. That's his free bird. And he just
Yeah,
like,
that's like his free bird. He has to do that or it's not a concert.
do you think, oh man, do you think you're going to go see him?
It depends.
Yeah. Depends if it's like $500.
Yeah, if it's like crazy fucking expensive, I don't think I would do it. But I forget where he's actually playing now. I'm going to look that up.
Okay.
But it's not until November. So
there you got some time.
yeah. at least a couple more months.
Jimmy, okay, Metallica, we're starting at $64, and it goes up, goes all the way up to 3,100.
Whoa.
That's for the front row VIP package.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know if that existed back when you saw the show. So $15
stuff,
tickets.
I don't know about the VIP stuff, because I remember going to a lot of stuff that was just general admission, and you got to where you got. You weren't assigned seats or anything like that.
Okay.
But
So
I've heard due to people not buying physical copies of stuff anymore, that the main way bands make a living nowadays is by touring. So that might have a lot to do with why things are so expensive now.
Okay. So you're saying like that what you're saying that I see, they got to make all their money on the tours.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think a
Okay.
lot of bands, especially if they had blockbuster albums, they could have just lived off of their CD sales and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But can't really rely on that anymore.
Yeah, the internet really changed everything. I mean, there's no going back. There's no changing that really. I don't know if there's any. And then streaming, I hear streaming, I don't know if streaming is even worse than downloads for their money making, but it seems confusing. Like, I mean, I don't know if like comedians ever, I don't know if their big thing was ever their album sales or if it was always the live performing. I guess they have like comedy specials exist, so you can make money off of that. But so you've seen a lot of bands live, I guess?
Yeah, a decent amount.
Have you seen any comedians live?
Nothing big. I remember going to an open mic thing when I was in California, and that was pretty cool.
Oh, okay.
But this was when George W. Bush Jr. was president, and every comedian did fucking anti-George Bush jokes. I do remember
Really?
that.
Oh,
But this was in Los Angeles, California.
They were
In
all
2005. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. It's fun. See, that's the thing that's funny. Like, you can do jokes about Trump, you can do jokes about Biden, but it's always funny when it's like a room where you know the political leanings. So, like the last open mic I was at, the guy was like, "So you know what we all think about Trump?" And it's like, "Oh, okay. So this room is so watered, so it's like, fuck."
Do you think that's kind of cheap? Like, if I were to just be like, "Hey, thank you, everybody. Donald Trump sucks," and everyone just started clapping and stuff, that's like a cheap way of getting applause?
Yeah, I mean, that's how it feels to me. There's some comics
Yeah.
that say there's no such thing as a cheap joke, but like to me, yeah, I feel that way. Yeah. I even felt that way when I saw Jim Norton and he made a joke. He's like, "So the Ben Franklin Expressway, let me talk about that." And it's like, you don't know shit about the roads around here. You're just saying that to relate to us.
Yeah, I heard something similar, and I think it might have been going back to I think it might have been Red Bar, Mike David,
Oh,
that
okay.
pointed it out, that certain people go on the Joe Rogan show And that's such a make or break thing that they actually brush up on stuff that Joe likes so they can bring it up like, yeah, man, I love elk meat too, man. I love datura, that kind of shit, so they can connect with him easily. So that's like what you want to do with an audience, is connect with them, right? When you're doing stand up, you want them to be like, hey, we like this guy. Uh-oh, I think something is frozen up. Everybody, I'd like to apologize for this. Let me see what's going on real quick. Hosty is frozen in time. Okay, it wouldn't be a Busters without, technical difficulties. So everybody, thank you for tuning in. And we promise that we'll try to do better next time. Thank you.
Yo, all right. My battery died, but I got my charger. We're back. We're back on the Lenovo Yoga, the best computer this side of heaven. I'm back to selling computer. I would like to sell computers again, maybe. It's kind of a fun job because it's like being a used car salesman, except the stakes aren't as high. So you don't feel as bad of a person if you bullshit them a little bit. Like a used car, you could get somebody to spend $10,000 to $25,000 on a piece of shit. But if somebody spends $500 on something that turns out to be crap, yeah, it still sucks, but it's not going to end their life. And it's not like my whole thing was to scam. I just liked being number one on the leaderboard. What up?
Hey,
Are
man,
we real Sam Hill?
No, I'm not the real Sam Hill. Fuck
right.
him.
Fuck him. No, we got you. All right.
I'm better. I'm better than Sam Hill, man. Yeah.
What is
smarter?
All right.
No, I got an issue.
Were you just
Russell.
waiting?
Russell,
were you waiting for him to leave before you came on?
No, I didn't see you were bringing anybody up, or would it come up? It's hard to
Oh.
come up when there's no way to come up.
I'll put the link out there. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
now that
you've
you're
not
here,
right.
what's your beef?
That I really trusted Russell, and I found out there's an image, not of me, that people now. I have images, but I always say it's not the real person. It's a likeness. What's with your tongue?
I'm just excited. That was
Oh,
just
you're gonna swing
expressing
tonight?
excitement. No, not that kind of excitement. I'm just like, whoa, okay, here we go. It's interesting. Let's get down to business. That kind
There's
of
a big
excitement.
motivation for you going back to comedy, that you agree with your wife that you can get pussy, and it's a great way to get pussy, right? Do they have little groupies around the comics? Is that why you're back into this? Not a bad reason. Are you getting your swinging? You do your act, and then you relieve yourself into a groupie pussarella, whatever they're called. Groupie pussy.
Yeah, well, you got in order. You have to be, popular to get groupies.
Oh, you got to be popular.
You have to.
Well, that's a
You
good
have to be killing
motivator.
it.
No, I think seriously, you're around a bunch of women, and some are single, and it'd be a good place to. Where do you do your swinging? Do you bring them home, or do you go to a motel, or where do you bring them?
That's the first bingo board piece of the night. Will Sam Hill bring that up?
Bring what up?
All right.
What
We
up?
got one on the board.
I'll
ladies
take
and
you on,
gentlemen.
chat. Oh, hey, Tiff Mafia. I like Tiff Mafia. Tony is trying to get some traction by fighting with me, but you're
What do you
not
mean by
worth
that?
it, Tony. You're a nothing. I want to fight with somebody's. You're a nothing, Tony Macaroni. How dare you? I'm going to have Steffi curse you, Tony. Yeah, not me, because Steffi cursed May Noodles, and right after Steffi cursed May Noodles broke her leg.
Oh, so you're saying she put the
Why
hex
are
on
you
her
responding?
and it fucked her legs up.
I know what you're looking at.
Why am I responding?
Is it a glass bottle?
You can't.
No cough, right?
Can you not hear me?
No, I can hear you. Can
I'm
you hear me?
confused.
Well, why don't you laugh? Fuck the confusion.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I'm fine. That's like a
Okay.
pity laugh. I know your laughs. Many pity laughs, but I'll take it.
Well, listen, you gotta warm me up. I'm getting back in the,
So you're doing good on
I
your.
gotta get back in the.
You're doing good on your stand-up?
Here's what I'm doing, right? So I'm doing good in terms of writing. I'm doing good in terms of consistency. I think consistency, showing up every week, is number one.
Oh yeah.
In terms of so the things I need to do better with are probably need to go to more different places. I mainly just go to one specific place and then one other one.
Right.
So the trick is what you got to do, right, is try them at one place, figure out what works, and then make a better impression at the next place by doing a whole set of jokes that work, right? Because then you can really.
It would take Carlin. He had to do it once a year on HBO, but it really he needed more time. So as I found out, writing jokes is really hard that you can do. So give yourself some time. You're building up, man. Right?
I think that writing jokes is hard. Delivering jokes is harder. Having the nuts to look at a joke while you're on stage and be like, okay, I'm gonna say it and say it the right way. Like, for example, I was talking to a guy before I did my set, and he was like loving like a lot of the jokes on the paper. He's like, these are great. I went and did those jokes and I half-assed the delivery, and it
Oh,
didn't go so well.
yeah, yeah.
So that figuring out the delivery part of it, that's where I'm at.
There's one subject area that I personally haven't heard a lot of people talk on. You're swinging. Why don't you make jokes about
No,
being a
you never
swinger?
heard. Nobody's ever.
I don't think I heard jokes about you swinging. Would that be kind of a rich area
have you
for
heard?
comedy?
Have you heard your entire show?
Why are you that you
That
laugh
could be
at?
your act.
Making fun of
What?
me. Yeah, I'm in my shows. What do you mean? Of course.
No, I'm
Where am I
saying,
when I do my shows? Where am I supposed to be? Over here? I do my shows. I show up. It's me. I show up. If I don't show up and I do my show, that's magic or AI. Stay tuned. There is an AI. Yeah, remember Russell threatened to break the AI Sam Hill arm?
Oh, yeah. So what was that
was
about?
funny.
Right? He's trying to break the arm of
me.
the AI?
No, he thought it was me.
Okay.
But how you tell is AI really don't pause. Otherwise, like they kind of sound like us. So he thought it was me. And I annoyed him. The AI, I guess, modeled on me. And I am mad at Russell because he gave up this picture, not of me. And people like Andy use it and make like it's me. Well, call it a likeness. It's not me. In fact, one person I like, Ellie writes now, she made me a cartoon, Sam Hill in a wheelchair, like that wasn't a line bad enough. She had me shitting in the wheelchair. Pretty creative, though. I liked it.
Well,
it wasn't me.
Did she draw it?
Yeah, I don't know who did the art. 5 Iron is going around making pictures of May and stuff. He's pretty good. Remember 5 Iron? He sucked up to New𝗕𝗏𝗦𝗧𝗘𝗥𝗦.
Oh, he sounds familiar. Yeah. He I don't know what to think of this.
Imagine that people go on New𝗕𝗏𝗦𝗧𝗘𝗥𝗏. Even like Kate, who we both like. But the guy is obviously mentally ill and horrible, right?
Yeah, but she's like sexually involved with him.
Who is? Kate? No.
Yeah, remember that was like a big. I don't want to.
Really?
They did a little ejac thing.
I didn't know that. Poor Kate.
Oh, I don't want to out. No, Kate admitted it, so it's not like I'm going behind her back. But
did she go to church first and confess it to a priest? That's the sequence she should do. God first, right? Confession.
Yeah.
I was with a pervert. There's many in this world. Don't worry. I know a swinger, but I don't think that's perverted.
I don't know how to feel, right? I don't know how to feel about her. Like, what kind of taste do you have being with a guy like that?
I think in the beginning he fooled people.
What?
Yeah.
What was his?
Nobody knew. That was before he flashed his penis and all that horrible stuff, right?
Before that, he was like a great personality.
Well, the first time he ever came on Shaw, the first time I heard him, he comes on Shaw and he's telling me I'm in the closet. Not only am I in the closet, I might be a pedophile. What a charmer.
Is he British? Now, did he call you? Let me ask you, what word did he use to call you a pedophile?
Well, I think he said he qualified. I might be.
Did he say? Did he call you a nonce?
No. What is that? A nonce is British for gay.
No, for pedophile.
Oh, is that what they're? No, because then I say that he is a sexual deviant, but there's no evidence that I know that he's a pedo. There's a huge difference, right? Like Jim talks creepy to kids, but technically, I think you got to get sexual. That's the whole evil thing, that these creeps have sexual feelings for kids. So I try to be precise and fair and technically. Some people, just anybody they don't like, they call a pedo. right?
Well, that's I've heard that that's how it is in England specifically.
Uh-huh.
If you just think a guy's a loser, you call him
Right.
a nonce.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like a
Well,
ball busting thing over there. They don't get the seriousness of it. They're just like, Joe, he's a pedophile, and it's
yeah.
kind of
Well,
fucked up.
they have a different sense of humor. And I've
Yeah,
lived there, but I don't want to understand them. They're a part of the most brutal people in the history of the world. That's how they got an empire, through violence, right?
yeah,
And slavery. They used to be big in the slave trade. What about what they did to our people? The Irish
yeah.
part of you, right?
Yeah. They
Well, you really got it.
wait. Did they enslave Irish people?
There were slaves. I thought they were indentured servants, but I saw a couple YouTube that some of the Irish people actually were slaves in America. I forget how that worked. But the Irish were treated. How lucky you are to be among the two mistreated peoples in the history of the world. You're half Irish and Jewish.
Wow.
Wow, right? I guess he could be Polish. It'd be worse, like Rev. Rev is so funny. Like, he was so afraid of being Polish. He turned out he's Polish, but he would tell people he's Czech. So I think
really?
it's not that bad. Yeah.
Because he didn't want people to think he was stupid.
Well, I mean, he's obviously mentally impaired. He's a weird little guy, and he's worried about people who think he's Polish. He's a brick.
At least you would have an excuse.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I guess he could be Jewish because the Jewish people have been treated horribly generally. Right?
How do you feel about that, right? Like, if you have a certain tendency and people say your race does it, do you lean into it?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I'm Irish.
Oh, so you like to drink.
You know, I was married to a Jewish lady, and I really do miss some of that Jewish stuff.
Yeah.
Some of it's really good. I was thinking of like that Shabbat stuff, where the family gets together on Friday. We didn't have that. Did you have that with your father?
No. So
that's pretty cool.
What is the whole Shabbat thing? Like, what do they do?
They get together and they pray, I think, and they eat good food. But the main thing is the family is together.
Okay.
I don't know much about the religion part.
I mean, we were sort of together, but there wasn't any like emphasis like, okay, it's Friday, we're all gonna hang out.
Yeah,
yeah.
I went a few times. I even asked Jackson Brown if Jewish people can come to Shabbat.
Who the
he
fuck
said yeah.
Wait, is Jackson Brown like an offshoot
Jackson
of
Black.
Jackson Black?
Jackson Black is Jewish.
He's Jewish.
Yeah.
I wish me and him were a little more cordial then. I didn't know he was a Jewish fellow.
Oh yeah. I mean, your stomach would you said your stomach's Jewish only.
So my stomach is blind. Yeah.
That was funny. Because actually, I don't think you can be half and half. I think you can either be full on Jewish or not.
Okay.
Don't you think that?
It's an what did they call it? It's an ethno.
It's definitely ethnic group for sure. But there's biology too. I'll give you, because I think there's this disease we talked about, because my first wife was Jewish. I never figured out, but there's a disease only Jewish people get. Something about sacs or ISAC. So that would point, if only Jewish people get that genetically, then there's a genetic basis to being Jewish, right? Sachs disease, something like that.
Okay.
I don't know who carries it. I forgot, because we were concerned about that, but I forgot what the doctor said.
Wait, so you were concerned about your child having it?
No, well, my children, my two boys are from her. So if this disease only happens to Jews, then we had a concern because she's Jewish.
Right.
Get it?
Yeah.
But I forgot what the doctor said. I forgot.
So why do you say no then?
Well, I don't know. Does it come through the man, the woman? But yeah, we wanted our baby to be. She had natural childbirth both times. Good on her, huh?
Right.
No
Okay.
pills, no pain at all. No, a lot of
Wow.
blood, and uh, I told this story because it's so true that I wanted to do it completely right, especially the first child. So they have these classes for like the partner too. So we got in a room and they were all couples like us, right? And they were
Hmm.
all these theories about breathing, like when you're going through contractions, you're supposed to breathe like a puppy.
Really?
Yeah, try that when you're in pain.
Breathe like a puppy? What does that mean?
Like real fast. Like yeah, exactly. Yeah. And then in this class, like they did it, and then okay, now husbands, take the hand of your wife because she's going to need your support. And so I got the idea that my wife, when she got in pain, I would hold her hand. Right? I went to
Okay.
class for that, and when she started going to contractions and the pain, I held her hand and she swatted it away. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! It was all not working.
Mm.
Because you could talk about pain, but when you actually
Okay.
go through it, right? And that's supposed to, I mean, obviously, because that the head of the baby got to be squeezed out of that little tiny thing. So the little
Yes.
tiny vagina or something, it expands
Mm.
like a balloon, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a fucking gotta feel like. I mean, I don't know.
Terrible, right?
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't even seem right. You know. It
And
does,
then toward the end, the women compare it like they wanna push like you do on the toilet to get rid of. But the doc, no, don't push, and they want to push. But it was a lot of pain, and we had a second child, so it wasn't. It didn't. I've heard of women. It was so bad the first time they really did not want a second time. But no, it was wonderful. My wife being pregnant, the best time of my life. Blah blah blah, and the whole birth process. I talked about it. It's real bloody. Just because you watch a movie, it's not like that. If it's not your wife, you hurt, because but she stuck with it. She never went to the pain medication, and she's bleeding and screaming, and it's kind of ucky until you see the head, the crown of my son comes between her, and it's beautiful. And it's beautiful, man. All that pain and everything, and here we go. Here we go. I have a son.
okay. Wow. Now
And then
let me ask you.
they take the baby away at first because they do some kind of a protocol scale. I forget what it's called, because they have to decide if the baby needs help. They got to get the baby. So there's this check-off scale, and then as soon as they can, the baby, they're all yellow. Like our boys, they come out and they have yellow film. No one told me about that. So they clean off the yellow skin, and as soon as they can, they give the baby back to the woman so she can bond with the baby.
Is that normal?
Yeah,
Is that a normal part of
yeah,
this?
yeah.
Okay.
That yellow stuff. Yeah, it's
Okay.
some kind of an but I don't know how. By the way, it's much more healthier to go through the vagina because if you have that other one through the stomach,
For the ass.
there's many more allergies. Because nature, they give good stuff to the baby coming out the right way through the puss. So it's actually healthier. But there used to
So
be a scandal because American hospitals, the doctors didn't want to wait around, and most of all, they made money. So a lot of these cesareans, it was a scandal. I think they're better on it because they made money because the best way is the natural way if you could do it.
if you can do it. Yeah, sometimes you can't do it because you're
Well, then you need the cesarean, but there's a lot of waiting involved, and especially I think the first child. The second child came quicker, but yeah, there's waiting and contractions and pain, but you get a healthier baby. That's why it's better if you can to do the natural. Not
okay.
what I recommend it. Not really. It hurts too much.
Russell in the house.
Why did you
What's
send that
up,
picture to Alex, Russell?
I didn't send it to Alex.
I thought you came up with that picture.
I sent it to Poon Handler like 2
You
months
sent it to
ago.
Poon. You sent it to
Uh-huh.
Poon so he can make fun of me. Why
No,
don't you
I told him. I honestly told him. I found this on Reddit.
right?
This I did not say this is Sam Hill
I.
or Mr. Hill.
Okay,
I
come
did
on,
not.
Russell. You know what Poon would do with it. Why else would you do it?
What? Okay, so
Well,
Rather,
don't
if they
you,
say it's
well,
me, it's
Sam.
when I have
Well, Sam,
likenesses, I say it's a
don't
likeness. It's not me.
don't no. When you use likenesses, right?
Likeness, but they don't say it's a likeness. They say it's me. Don't you see the difference? I
Well,
always
if
say
anyone were
likeness.
to ask me, I would tell them that is not Sam Hill. That is
Okay,
not Mrs. Hill.
HB, he knew what
Yeah.
Poon would do.
What?
Why are you saying that, Russell?
Let me just understand. No, who are you addressing?
Russell
Sam.
found
Oh,
this.
this guy?
My little
Okay.
stinger. That's pretty cool.
No, there's a picture Russell gave to Poon, and everybody's using it to go after me. I'm not old, but I don't look like that.
I don't
Well,
think
that's
you're a
because
day over
it's a like.
65.
Why would you pick that picture?
It's a likeness, Sam.
It's a
Well, I
mean,
had a likeness of you, googly eyes, and my
don't
chat
you all
turned
have
on me.
likenesses? Didn't you put a picture of like some fucking 500-pound guy as me? Like, don't we
Yeah,
all have silly likenesses?
It's
but
a
it's a
parody,
likeness.
Sam.
Don't you get
It's
it?
a
I said it's
it's
a likeness.
parody. It wasn't
Yeah.
to me.
But
It
people
was
who
not.
use it don't say it's parody. Andy Cruz has even
But
used a
if
phony hand.
people, well, see, I can defend you on that. I know for a fact Sam Hill would never wash dishes in his fucking life.
Look, dude, you don't even hear my stories. When I was homeless, some guys said, go in the restaurants because a lot of these dishwashers don't turn up. And I did that a couple of times. People said, yeah, and I did do dish. I didn't like it, but I did it. So you're wrong. I did menial labor. I went, the worst was a guy had me, he raised chickens in the back and he moved. So the worst job was, it took me the whole day of cleaning up the backyard of chicken shit and all that. That was pretty gross. I did that. I washed dishes.
Wow, sounds like a chicken.
I think the worst thing
It's
I've
pretty
done,
bad.
and it wasn't for money, is I had to change an adult's diapers, and they had
No.
a very, yeah, they
Why did you
shit
have to do that?
themselves a lot
Why did you have to do that?
because the family member had broken their ankle and wasn't able to move on their own.
Yeah, I don't think I
that's
would have
gotta be
said,
rough.
good luck, get an ambulance. I'm not going to do that. You
No,
did it.
no. This was after everything. They weren't able to walk on their own, and
I
so,
know, but unless it was your lover, I don't think I'd do that. I don't know if I'd do that for my. Would you
I bet you would do that.
yeah, it was my lover. I'd blown his asshole out so bad I'd broken
Was it
his ankle and
Now we know why Alice
uncontrollably
got that
shit.
prolapse.
It was
Alice.
so big, he just shit himself.
Yeah, they
uncontrollably.
confirmed it. I didn't know it was from you, Russell. Hopefully, it wasn't your dick.
But Sam, I think that we are the kind of people where, like, remember, and might still be going on, where people assumed I was a serial killer.
No, I don't think people assume that. That was a joke.
Oh, Ghostbusters fucking remembers it.
Yeah.
Okay, you do look.
People will assume stuff about us, and who
Look,
cares,
Russell,
Sam?
it's phony. They like you. You're more popular.
Yeah, but no, it doesn't matter. But
it's easy for you.
People that like you will not like you pretty quick too. That's another thing about you.
Take away their wrench.
But fucking, sorry, I'm cussing a lot. But the fact that picture.
Why would you're on Buster's? What are you apologizing for? We like cussing here.
Because you were upset about the
I am
picture,
a little upset.
In a good way, Sam. That's not you. And if people think it is, that keeps you from being doxxed, right?
Okay, Russell, you're not a lawyer.
So I saved, in a way, I protected
you. Know what
you.
Poon would do with that picture?
I protected
Who do you think you're dealing with? These other dummies you go on? I'm not Poon. I'm not stupid.
Well, when you show a likeness of AOC, it's some cracked out looking criminal. And when you show a likeness of Poon, it's a really fat Jimmy Buffett looking dude at the beach.
Yeah.
So we're all equally shitty to each other, right?
No,
Yeah, that's what
they're
Buster's is
shitty
about.
people. I'm not. Poon
Yeah.
Handler wished rape on JK. I've never done
Well,
anything.
Wait,
yeah,
wait,
we're
wait,
not
wait.
going to go
Alex,
that
I'm
far.
not them. You're trying to make like we're equal. We're not equal, Russell. I don't know what your problem
Yeah,
is.
but
Some people are good and some people aren't.
we were all friends at one time, Sam.
No, I just want to be on air. We were
When
buds.
was this?
No, I wasn't. Maybe I want to be your friend, Russell. But friends don't send a picture like that. Really, that wasn't.
Yeah, but I don't see why, Sam. When I shared it with Poon because I thought it was funny because it's something that people assume. I did not claim it was true. I did not claim it was you. I told him right off the bat that I found it on Reddit, and it was
You expected him to be decent, did you? Come on, Russell. He's best friends with Alex. They're the two words.
If people really think it's you, then what is it really doing?
Okay, there's enough people make fun of me. Right, HB. There aren't that many people give me credit, but when I'm gone, hopefully a couple, because they take me for granted. I'm a real original guy. I can be funny. I've done good work.
You value your privacy and you value Mrs. Hill's privacy, right? You do not want to be considered a public figure at all, right?
No, their name I don't want. I don't care that 1,500 people know me. That's fine. I just don't want
people knowing what you and Mrs. Hill look like. You don't want pictures of y'all being out there, right?
Russell, you added to more making fun of me. You're not a very loyal guy. You never were. You doxed.
We love you. We care. Be respected.
Yeah, you care so much. You have the scummiest. Now your chat's better. Tony Macaroni's going to stream tonight. Why don't you guys go up there?
There's a difference between chat and on air. And
yeah,
I do try to,
Mr. Folds.
I try to get.
There's Tony Macaroni in chat right now.
You know,
Tony, you little nothing. Just because you flopped and you went from an F to a D minus, don't make you cool, Tony. I gave you accolades. You better be good today. You guys should go up there. Tony needs your help. I think he's going.
But can I ask Mr. HB something?
Yes.
Say you didn't want anyone knowing what you looked like, Hostbusters, and I sent a picture of some man that looked nothing like you, and people thought that's what you look like. That's good, right?
Yeah, because then it would just
then
like,
if anyone saw the real Sam Hill, they wouldn't think it was him.
Russell, I showed a likeness of you, and people flipped out. I lost 20 subs. Don't tell me about making fun. I lost subs because they don't even know your temper. They think, Mr.
That guy was in his 70s.
I've seen your temper, sir.
I think people were just upset that you made me older.
No, it was about the eye. I didn't know. I never thought about your eyes. I thought you were a little bulging. I didn't know you only had one eye.
I can't see out of one eye.
I didn't know that. I didn't know
you were basing it on something.
I think that's a donation. That's a help me buy a robotic Terminator style eyeball so I can finally see out of my left eye again.
In the future, maybe you can. I read about all this research.
Neuralink?
Crying. Should I start crying?
Okay, dude, I didn't know about the eye, but the idea was that based on an image, which you later took the name up, right?
All right,
you call yourself Mr. Peepers?
Sam,
I don't see why you're mad at me, Sam.
That's kind of the point, right? So if he can have the nuts to accept Mr. Peepers, then why can't you accept somebody saying you're an old man?
He never said anything. He let the people leave. He never said anything. And I didn't know. I was innocent. I thought
I'm innocent too, because I
never sent anybody.
I seriously warned people. There was a caveat. I was like, this is not really Sam. It's not really Mrs. Hill.
Come on, Russell.
I found this on Reddit.
Okay.
Also,
now people are gonna think that you're old, right?
Yeah, you're playing into that bullshit.
But you're not. You're not.
I'm not old like they say.
People aren't young. People are. If
you're
you were
older
to walk,
than me,
if you were to walk right in front of them, they wouldn't think it was you. They'd be like, that guy's too young. That's not
You're
Sam.
older. How old are you? 48? I don't quite remember. 48?
I am 48. Yes, sir.
Yeah, God, I guess I did remember. So you're older than me.
Lexi, thank you, Lexi. I did say that it was not Sam. I said it was
No. What about you, Lexi? What about people using your name? How many
What
times
about
have I defended you?
what if we
You
not
freak out
do
when
what
people are
aboutisms?
not fair to you. Talk about a lie.
Wow.
Somebody's what about your whining, Lexi? She whines.
I think we all
Rightfully
whine,
so.
She
right?
whines
We've
about
all
this,
been
and she
guilty of
whines
whining
about
about
that.
something, right?
Yeah, but she's making fun of my whining. I have a right because Russell is one of the only people I really like.
Maybe she doesn't know. She thinks you're whining, but she doesn't realize that's just your voice. I jest.
Yeah,
He's
look,
got
I don't get mad at people.
a youthful voice, youthful finger.
Yeah, you're a young
It's not my
guy.
finger. It's not a day.
He's not.
Thought it was.
He's not old, and I was.
Finger.
And my parody was that look.
Parody. There was no parody. You know how people would use it. Oh, you
So
sent it
do
to
you really think that I found that because I found the picture accidentally, Sam? It was on Reddit, and I went to
a million pictures.
Yeah, but do you think
like
that I did that? And I was thinking to myself, my God, I hate Sam Hill.
There's a part of me you don't like. Oh, definitely.
He will be so tormented by this. This is the most evil, duplicitous, wicked thing I could possibly do to him.
Because it came from you.
I thought it was funny, Sam. I thought it was a funny
to
picture.
You. Not
and I thought it was
when people went after you, RDA, you didn't think it was funny, did you?
Well, I've never thought
these people
RDA
are so funny.
I've never thought RDA
when they went after HP over the picture of Patrick, you didn't think it was funny?
I'm not guilty of ever
expected to think everything's funny.
RDA.
No, you guys can't take it.
I thought
RDA. My theory is being extremely hateful and mean-spirited doesn't equal comedy.
Yeah,
so I've never.
Yeah, that's a good theory.
If you have a grudge against the world, and you're stoned and drunk and on painkillers all the time or whatever, that's not going to equal great comedy. So
who's that?
No, it's not me at all.
Well, who's on? Actually, Lenny Bruce was all of those things, and he was brilliant. He was a junkie, and he whined, and he was brilliant. So I don't even agree with that, Russell Cook.
Did he do it in a funny way?
Lenny Bruce?
Yeah, you can't accuse Lenny Bruce of resorting to mean-spirited humor, Sam.
He would read his legal case. He wasn't.
Was he a mean-spirited comedian that made fun of how people looked? Did he make fun of how people looked? Did he make fun of? He did a whole
routine on calling out different races, like Don Rickles.
Yeah,
he wasn't a nice guy.
Don Nichols is my alt character.
Sam, do you ever think that you understand comedy about as well as Joe Rogan or Brendan Schaub do?
I mean, that's a high bar.
Not as much as Joe Rogan. Schaub is not the sharpest tool in the shed. Joe Rogan's really bright. Maybe the most.
You said it better than him. He said the brightest.
So, in your opinion,
Joe Rogan obviously
Lenny Bruce was a roast comic and an insult comic. Okay,
Who was?
I'm agreeing with you. This is the yes and part of.
How about just yes to the truth?
Wait, okay, so can you say that so I can isolate it? Can you just say that and no one else talks? What do you think of Joe Rogan's comedy, Sam?
You've asked me that before. He's not a natural comedian. He is clever, but he's not naturally funny.
I thought you just said he obviously knows comedy.
What about the stool? Do you like the stool?
Somebody who studies comedy might not be funny, but they know comedy.
He knows. Listen. Yeah.
Who does better stool work?
You mean like shit? A stool like shit?
No, like it's a prop. He fucks it. Or not, he doesn't really have sex with it.
I know some comedy. HP, we've talked because I'm interested in the lives of these comedians. I love Rodney and all that. Pryor, Carlin.
Yeah.
And you know that Rodney Dangerfield, he he roasted himself more than
Yeah.
anyone else. Yeah.
Well, he tied into
Yeah.
some universal archetype. I get no respect,
Do
and
you
most
think
of
that
us, I
someone
get no respect on YouTube.
do
So
you
I think
think
people
someone
do ignorant.
like an RDA member would be really self-deprecating
No, but they're
and
not
do that?
funny. They were never
But
funny.
they
They don't have
start their
talent.
streams
They don't
playing
have talent.
hip hop music about killing people and stuff and want people to think they're badasses, right?
I don't think they're much of a force anymore. I stopped because people said stop with they're nothing. They're has-beens. They had a stream that flopped, but we know them. But most people don't care, right? They hooked up with May Noodles, and I don't know why they broke up. She won't tell me.
What? They broke up with May Noodles? RDA?
Well, May Noodles, her basic supporters were RDA, GLM, and
Yeah.
B-Stocks, really bad people. But I started talking to Allie and in chat, her friend, and Jay Leno didn't like Allie talking to me. He freaked out, and that resulted in New𝗕𝗏𝗦𝗧𝗘𝗥𝗦 leaving because he was the co-host of May Noodles. And then a month or two went by, and suddenly something happened with RDA, and they're no longer supportive of May. And when Jenna went off, GLM followed. So she lost a lot of her bad people.
Oh, that's why they were saying. Who made the video about Andy saying he showers with boys?
That was GLM. Went after
was
Andy
GLM?
for weeks. Yeah,
Okay.
she's foul. She's really foul.
Somebody was trying to tell me that was May.
No, I did a stream saying, okay, here's a part where it's twisted, and here's the truth. So the twisted part is GLM said that Andy showered with boys. But the truth was he showered with boys in a juvenile facility to get clean where they all showered together. So you see the
And
twist.
he was a boy.
Well, he was a juvie. He was a juvenile.
Yeah.
You see what they did, what she did?
Yeah.
They do
When
that.
You say they. Who's they?
Anybody who didn't like Andy.
Did other people use that video against him?
A GLM gets like 150, 100 people watching. So there were at least, and yeah, she's never made it. She's a real nothing after all these years because she is mentally ill, sir. I know these people. She used to come up on Shaw. All these people, most of them get worse or aren't that good. That's why I'm mad at Russell, because I thought he would not be capable of doing that to me. It's not a nice thing, however you try to play lawyer, Russell. I'd never.
Let's just be clear. He says you look old.
Googly eyes was I said it was a likeness. I never said.
What did Russell? What does the slander come down to that Russell said about you that you're claiming?
No, he took a picture that he should have known people would use against me.
And what's the picture?
Parody.
What's the picture?
You haven't seen that? That's the picture that most people use, and I didn't know Russell. And then someone ratted Russell out.
What does the picture say about your character? Basically,
it says I'm old and ugly with no good teeth, with a fairly attractive Filipino woman. You haven't seen it?
So you still have an attractive woman. So who cares even if you look old and shitty? It proves that you have a great personality. If anything,
you were bothered when Lemon made like you were a sex pest.
That's about my character. That's not about my appearance. If she said, he's fucking fat and stupid.
The whole insult was an old man would be with a younger woman.
Oh, I don't give a shit.
You get it? I do.
No, but who cares?
Oh, come on, AC.
What did I care?
When they went after you.
Yeah, if somebody attacks my character, yes.
Yeah.
If somebody says I'm a bad person, yes. But
that is character. I'm no old man buying a younger woman. She's not that. I mean, she's younger than me, my wife, but not like they say.
Oh, the buying thing, the fact.
Yeah, it's an old man with a younger woman, and
but not every old man buys a woman. Like there's old men
but buys or with. It doesn't feel right when look at the picture. It's obviously.
Is she underage? In the picture,
not. Dude, you got mad with Lemon call you a sex pest.
You're allowed. I'm not saying you're not allowed to be mad.
Whataboutisms. It's the whataboutisms that really don't make the argument worthy
It
of
shouldn't be an
anything.
argument because it's a lie, just like GLM did to Andy. And Andy has been gross too. He shows a hand and says it's me. It's not my hand. It's a lie.
Okay, I would also separate out the intent. Was the intent really there?
Intent's
To
important.
ruin your reputation, or was it just for a quick laugh?
No, it
and
didn't
I
ruin
think it
my.
was probably for a quick
Here's the
laugh.
thing.
It was a sight gag, Sam.
There's a few people who care about reputation. Most people just show up to be entertained, unless it's really bad, like American Dream, who beat up his wife on air, right?
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
Five Iron has been
Wow.
paying a lot of attention. I think that
He's
Five
drawn
Iron,
pictures. It was a good
Five
picture.
Iron, yeah, good artist.
I don't like him, but it was funny.
And his attention to detail is meticulous, which I respect. How you doing, Five Iron?
I don't usually, you guys, Lexi, I don't know, you're still a mod here, and you let somebody, Sam Hill's an old gay child
all right.
molester.
Hold on, I can get rid of that.
Wonderful job, great job with mods.
I don't always see it. All right, put it in.
Well, Lexi's right there.
I got
it.
Really,
Lex?
Did you get rid of it?
I got it.
I mean, I don't let anybody be called that. If I thought they were, I actually probably would call the police. So, you see what? Okay.
You would call the police if someone said you were gay, or someone said
I would call the police if I believe somebody was a child molester, I would phone the police.
Retroactively, I'd have to call the police thousands of times if I
Then you
called
do it
them
thousands of times.
I've been accused of being gay. I thought you said calling the police for being accused of being gay.
No, this person who I had to point out said Sam Hill's an old gay child molester, was banned. Okay, finally, I call it out. Why wasn't it banned before?
I don't think you are, Sam.
What if they called you a child molester, Russell? What about
that's
you?
Somebody who's really homophobic. Like, why do they need to throw gay in there?
There's a lot of
supposedly if you're a pedophile, it's not about sexual preference, right?
Yeah.
In the old days, a lot of people thought that if you were gay, a lot of those people were child molesters. I had a principal who believed that because this one of the administrators got caught. He was happily married, but he got caught going to a park and trying to make out with what turned out to be.
You know what used to happen in Richmond is there is a place, it's now called the Science Museum of Virginia, but it used to be a train station, and that's where people would get together for,
running trains on each other.
You mean, or pedos?
That would be great if they were running trains.
No, not. Station. I don't believe any pedophile stuff. Just
so the gay people would meet in the old days. Yeah.
Yes, like 50s, 60s. It was a train station. I guess they had restrooms and stuff. Yeah.
I thought they had, like in San Francisco, that bath, but maybe in these rural
thinking parts. Like if you're really just a fucking and a sucking really loud, a bunch of trains going by will drown out that noise.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Oh. Hey,
but Russell, in the old days, everything, psychologists base everything on DSM. And the 50s, homosexuality was deemed an illness and sick. And probably against the law.
The 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah, that shows how HB, that shows politics. Because the same behavior was changed. In more tolerant times, it was no longer deemed in DSM a disease. It was in the old days. So these gay people felt like they were criminals in the old days. That must have been terrible, right?
Of course. I
put
mean,
people in jail for being gay.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
They did, right? But then women were called hysteria if they slept around a lot. If me or Poon or Russell had a bunch of women, they don't call it sick, but they did with women.
Yeah, right? that was an argument that my brother-in-law a long time ago, like, threw like a plate at the wall.
Why?
Because he's like, when men get a lot of women, it's an accomplishment. When women get a lot of men, it's a disgrace.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That was a prevailing view. Women, I don't like the feminists, that men are terrible,
Like,
but they have some good points.
I'm an older guy, and if someone tells me, like if another man tells me that they've had sex with a lot of women, I've never been amazed or impressed or like, whoa, that's really cool.
There's a part of me that is. Because
but I've never, like, if someone,
the man who gets a lot of women,
if someone were to tell me, another man were to tell me, you know what, I'm worth $1 zillion, I mean,
right.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. But I
that
don't
would
think
impress
that I would.
me for sure. That would impress me.
I just like what people look like, what they do, what they have, what they don't have. I don't really judge people on
You're
that
a
kind
saint,
of stuff.
Saint Russell Cook.
No,
we're not built like that. We have to judge people.
I don't think that it's important. Like,
it comes from cavemen. We had to judge danger, and even now, Russell, we have to judge people pretty quick because we can get victimized pretty quick. So we can overjudge, but it's an important part of our defense.
Do you think that someone being worth $1 million or more makes them a better person than someone?
No, it's one fact.
I think it makes them a worse person.
Accomplish that. No, you don't base anything on one.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah, see, people have
until you make $1 million, right? HB, until you make it.
Well, yeah. Once
California,
I have it,
it's not that much, by the way.
Once I have it, then who cares? But
it's not that much anymore.
Fuck that guy.
If you were a millionaire in the old days, right?
But like nowadays, if someone was like, I've slept with over 1,000 women, would you be like, oh, that is so cool, dude?
No, that's a problem. But 300, 200, because I probably have been with 200, 150, like a lot of men. It's
200
we're talking to a swinger.
That's a lot of men.
A lot of women. Thanks for.
Do you think? No, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, you think a lot of men have done that?
I think in university, I think in institutions where you're around a bunch of women. Yeah, it's opportunity. If you're not going out like Russell isn't really hustling, then you don't get women. They don't show up at your door, right? But if you're in university, what about comedy clubs? We know how many comedians have had tons of women, right? Because they're around women all the time.
But you start to hear shit about, like, Mark Norman. Maybe he fucking, cornered a girl, and
yeah, there's
a couple have been accused lately, right?
Ghostbusters is right. A lot of comedians, if they're pussy hounds, sorry to use, that's an old term we used to use.
That term.
But
I like that.
But they eventually get accused of doing that.
A lot of them do.
Yeah,
a lot of them do.
And whether it's true or not, who knows?
That's the problem, because it comes down to 1 against 1. That's going on with Alex because 2 women are accusing him of something. So it's the old, who do you believe? And it's serious because it's such a horrible charge against men. So we got to be real careful with proof, right? But if 2 women come forward and say the same thing, that you would say, well, at least we need to look at that situation. If 2 women said that. 1 woman is not the same as 2. And now 2 women can't come forward.
If you hear about a woman and she's like, yeah, I've had a lot of sex with a bunch of different guys, I just think, damn, you've been busy. You have probably
I have a bit of
not had a lot of free. You probably haven't had a lot of time just to sit around alone and think and stuff like that.
No, women are more vulnerable. So I think there's a reason women have to be more careful, Russell. Right? Just say with VD, some of them, they can't have children. So they have that biology thing going on. They have to be more careful. I mean, men do too. I had 1 VD in my life. It was terrible. I woke up and peed green. My pee was green. And it burned.
Did you take like penicillin shots or something like that?
I went to the doctor and he gave me, I guess it was penicillin or I think it was tetracycline. whatever that was. It was just being with a loose
I don't
woman.
know. It was eye drops, but I'm probably thinking of something else.
Well, if you have syphilis, I think
Poison.
Poon may have syphilis. It could blind you. I think a lot of those BDs, if they go untreated, can hit the organs. And I think that's probably what happened to Poon, that he had syphilis because he had over 300 women, HB. He was a real swinger, huh?
It was a real dick slinger.
Do you use protection with your women, HB? How do you protect
No
yourself?
comment.
Okay, well,
He
I don't.
makes
I
him
think you're the
sign
only
a
swinger I
non-disclosure agreement before he sleeps with him. Protection.
Takes out the paperwork at the bar. No, you can't go
That's
home
what. Yeah,
until
that's
you
what
sign the
guy.
paperwork.
That's what the
No
guy
fucking
who does
HB.
bingo always says. He's
Bingo.
like, he says, yeah, we got to start signing NDAs because he's like takes off his shirt and shit.
They make a lot of money at bingo. They play bingo at the old folks' home where my wife.
No, this is sexy bingo.
Oh,
Where
sex.
every letter is sexual.
Ooh.
Like B is for bitch, I is for
What's I for?
I is for
Intrauteral
I don't think there's
infection.
any sexual term.
intercourse. N is for
Intercourse.
naked. G is
Intercourse.
for gay sex.
We know what
or
fuck
get-
is for.
fuck
F.
is for fuck.
I wrecked it. Or faggot.
F is
Heard
for
that
fag.
word a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. People call me that. You know, the first shows I ever did for RDA, half the show was them trying to make like I'm low-cal, calling me faggot, and me being a smartass, outwitting every one of them. So that's what Ross wanted. He told me, he said, I want a show where I can get stoned and people fight. And those were the early RDA shows I did. But it was me against the group.
They should release a box set of all that wonderful content.
Why doesn't he release those early shows? Because I guess
Blu-ray.
because I was the
Dolby
best
Atmos.
thing that ever happened on RDA. He knows it,
Mm.
right? I'm funnier than any of those RDA people. Rex can be funny, but
He's no longer part of
he's
that.
no longer with him. Either Bellin was my stalker, and HB liked Bellin. He used to come up on Busters, and I would tell him, Bellin's a real creep. He kind of stalked me. He's really a creepy guy, Bellin. So a lot of these people, HB, are no longer there. I heard that that pervert guy got a good job, Helen. So not everybody's there anymore. Helen the pervert.
Yeah, what job did he get?
They still do Discord, is what I forget who. I think it was.
That's what people have said. I don't know.
Who is the newest member? Nix. Nix said something about that they have.
Oh yeah,
Nix. She's very interesting.
Nix keeps inviting me to RDA Discord.
I'd stay away, but that's your call, sir. They don't like you.
I'm not in there.
They'll never
they're gonna say stuff about Andy.
What about me? But they'll say stuff about me.
We can agree.
Yeah, they say stuff about all of them.
Well, you
mutually
said
dislike
they hate
each
me
other
more than Andy.
I couldn't imagine them being a problem for me or me being a problem for them anymore. Everything is pretty much over with as far as I'm concerned.
I think so.
Really.
Well, not many people attack you anyway. For some reason.
I don't. There's certain things that I don't want to feel like I got butt fucked by the devil just to fit in with certain people.
I hated May saying how wonderful they were. As I told her how they slandered me, but don't look at May as a moral compass or anybody really, right?
Thank you, Lexi.
Yeah,
5 iron.
Lexi is moral, but she's not perfect.
Well, I don't. I just think that
some
there's
people are moral.
Certain people like certain things and certain people dislike certain things. And if you find yourself not really agreeing a lot on a lot of stuff, like what's funny and what's not funny, that you're probably just not going to get along with each other, right?
Well, most people don't get along here, Russell, do they?
I don't know. Like you always talk about like how like everyone likes me and stuff, but I've noticed that can end.
Oh yeah. You find out when you go away. Most people
Yeah,
are not missed after 2
that's
weeks.
not really something to set your watch to, is whether
Well,
people on
YouTube, it should
YouTube
not be our watch. It should be a
like you
hobby,
or not. Yeah, because
right?
something could happen, and there's a lot of people that and I'm sure I do it too. Like if someone's associated with someone you don't like, then you
Uh-huh.
think lesser of them, and that's all this stuff comes into play. And I
But
basically
it's
I like doing shit with you guys, and I like Poon, and I like other people that Sam is not all
right.
that fond of.
Well, I don't
But
like people who wish rape upon women.
but
You
I
have no
but
problem with it, apparently. Poon did that.
but I don't co-sign on any of that stuff. I personally don't want anyone to get raped or anything like that.
I
Right.
agree.
Okay, it's not even if you have an addict, just come up here and have fun. And but some people, when they get their name doxed, like Poon, your Poon said that he called the cops saying that Vids wanted to see CP. That's pretty low and wrong, and he did
Now,
that.
when he was, yeah,
It
but he
happened
could
though.
be abbreviating lots of things.
Yeah,
It could be cheese pizza, country place.
sure. Yeah, that's what it means.
No, what are you talking about? Who did he say
Okay.
that about?
So there's this guy named Vids. Do you know him?
Yeah, no.
So you don't? You do what?
No, I don't. I don't.
Okay.
I don't know
Well,
why I said yes.
he's like us. He's just some dude, and Poon and him don't like each other. So Vids was going on vacation, and Vids had asked me about the conversation I had with Poon when Poon said that he got sent CP, and Poon said that he came to me for help. So Vids said, "What did we talk about?" And I said, "I'm not going to talk about it." That's all Vids did. And from that, Poon phoned the police, according to Poon, and said that this guy Vids, based on wanting to know what that conversation was, this guy wants to see CP. And then Vids was going on vacation, and he did indeed get stopped at the airport by security over this issue.
Wait, hold on. He got stopped at the airport by security because of something somebody said on YouTube?
Because of Poon. No, Poon didn't say it on YouTube. He phoned the police, according to Poon.
Police.
He later denied it, but he admitted it.
And he got stopped at the airport, and they said, "Let's go through your computer."
I don't watch Vids all the time. All I know is Vids said that after Poon said he was calling the cops on him, he got stopped at the airport because of it.
You do know that like TSA is routinely stops people at the airport.
Well, I don't know the detail. All I know is Poon did admit that he said he was going to do it. Right. That after Vids said he was stopped, Poon said, yeah, it was him. And then later when people called out Poon for calling the police, he then said, made the whole thing up. But if he made the whole thing up, this guy's going on vacation. Why would you tell a guy going on vacation so he can now be paranoid about the police knowing? It's such a shitty thing Poon did, whether he called the police or not.
Now,
he called the police.
Did this guy have a reputation of doing anything in that way whatsoever?
No, okay. Not that I know of. He's engaged to this really nice lady named Mel. I've watched him. He was falsely accused by German lady. German lady said he brought up a picture of the guy saying he was like 60 years old. Well, that was false because I saw other pictures and he went on camera and Vids, I don't know if you know him, Russell. He looks like, 35, 40. He doesn't look old like H. This German lady fucked me up, man. She messed up my budship with Evil Abe. I don't trust her anymore, German lady.
Would you... Russell, wasn't Russell supposed to have some hardcore DMs with the German lady?
I didn't know that.
Yeah, you set him up.
What do you? I never heard that. Oh, you're joking?
Yeah, you were on. No, you were on stream. I mean, maybe you were joking. Maybe both of you were joking when you said it, but I remember
that she was with Russell. Was what?
I'll be honest with you guys. I've never DM'd a woman from YouTube about anything. Ever.
That's pretty cool. Good for you, man.
I think that's why I might have this likability still.
Yeah, because you never
Why,
made anybody uncomfortable.
there's so
I'm
many
going to
women out
flirt
there.
with you.
Why
I
would you go
can't
to-
help myself. I want to show you my penis and flirt with you,
Yeah, I've
darling.
never heard anything
No, I've
creepy
never,
about
I've never
Russell.
done anything like that.
Yeah, I've never heard other people, like people would complain about Boosty all the time.
I didn't. He's been gone. Is that why?
Well, so he was like my bud. I thought he was
Yeah,
loyal.
mine too. I love
Right?
that dude.
And then a Brutal Mafia said that he was fired from his police department because of sexual stuff Boosty was doing. And I was expecting Boosty to come on and say, shut the fuck up. But Boosty, I never heard from him again. So that don't look good, right? I mean, when HB was accused, he admitted stuff, right, HB? When you were catfished?
Oh, yeah.
In fact,
That
he
was a
kept the
fun little-
catfisher on for an hour. I said, why are you doing this stream?
Was it really an hour?
It was a long time, wasn't it?
I don't know. Sometimes, listen, maybe I make a mistake. Sometimes I cater to the viewer more than
I
even
do
think
that
about
too.
my own interests. Yeah. Sometimes-
Russell, I was shocked. I never thought of HB as a swinger. Did you? So you can't tell when
didn't
it
really
comes to sex.
care about his personal life.
Oh, we talked about ourselves all the time on Busters. Come on.
Yeah, but I
Come on.
never wanted to know if he was a swinger or not. I don't remember.
Well, you
ever
don't think that's
wondering.
I
interesting?
think there's one person who really cares about it.
Your wife.
Named Sam Hill.
Well, it's interesting for sure.
Yeah.
It shows that you just don't know people when it comes to sex. Right?
I guess.
I mean,
Now,
it-
do you agree that
Me?
women are cess dealers and men are cess addicts?
well, I will say that I want more sex
Sorry
in my
about that.
life. I'll say that. I think that's pretty common in marriage, don't you? What about you? Do you want?
I
Are you
think
equal with your wife, or do you want
all
more?
men are cess dealers and all
Do
women.
you
Well, we
think
think
that
about
your
sex.
Sam Hill, has your mother ever apologized to your father for being such a whore?
Oh, don't talk about my mother like that, Russell. Serious. That I won't put up with that, Russell.
Wait, he's doing a character. He's
Yeah,
not
but don't bring up
really-
my. You want me to bring up your mama then, HB? You want me
No,
to do
you
that
never
character?
brought up my dad's
Yeah.
religion 1,000 times.
I respect
You
your
always
dad.
talked about. You always made these Jew jokes about his dad.
No, it's interesting that his father
Father
is
thinks
a
about
Catholic,
that
but
since
he
he's
wants
Jewish.
HB to go to
Ghostbusters
church.
apologized to
That's
his
an
father
interesting. That's not even a put down. It's an
years
interesting
ago.
situation that he doesn't believe, but he wants HB to go to church.
Right before he
Interesting.
died, I
Yeah.
apologized to my father for my mother being such a whore.
No. I don't like
And
that.
I told
What
him,
voice are you doing?
I don't like
God,
jokes from mothers.
I'm trying to do like a preacher
Oh,
/ Jesse Lee Peterson.
Okay, both.
Because
Okay.
that's what Jesse Lee Peterson believes, Sam. That all
You know, I
women
never
are just
followed him, but he
whores,
got on a big show.
and it's
I forget what-
men are innocent because women entrap them by being whores. Right, Hostbusters?
Jesse
Yeah,
got
yeah,
big.
yeah.
He was on Piers Morgan or some big streamer.
And he always wants you
that's-
to apologize to your father for what your mother has done.
Well, that's bullshit.
I was just copying that. I wasn't singling out your parents at all. But
HB
his-
likes Red
His
Bar. and
theory
Jesse.
is that if you want to live a good life, a religious life, a spiritual life,
Right.
you need to forgive your father. Or no, you need to forgive your father and
Right.
realize that your mother is just a wretched whore.
Well, that's ridiculous. That must be shit.
Is that Hostbusters? Am I making any of this up?
It's pretty much, yeah. It's
But
Yeah,
it sounds horrible.
even
Russ.
if your dad beat the shit out of you, it's your mother's fault.
Hey,
That was
someone
her
said he
fault.
turned out to be gay or
She
something.
was not following
Yes.
the covenant.
So was he secretly gay? Is he ashamed of it?
Yeah, a lot of people think he is.
I
Yeah,
thought
he He was like
is.
grabbing guys' asses and stuff.
Well,
Yeah, because to dislike women that much, people might assume you're a little fruity tooty, you know,
my
like
neighbor
militantly
guy
so.
used to wait.
Yeah.
He would come out with a hose or something, and he was always trying to snap my bum, my rear end
What?
with a towel. And I said, dude, that's kind of weird, but okay. He's happily married with a kid, and he left his wife, and he took off with the security guard. He turned out.
How old were you?
It was like 7 years ago, but it turned out that he was married, but he truly was a homosexual, and he had kids and everything. And then he was a big executive of AAA, and it happened. He left right. I heard the tale, and then I was in AAA.
That's Alcoholics Anonymous Association.
He got me up in his office.
Praise God.
He didn't want people to think he was gay, Russell. Is the whole deal.
Wait.
Homosexuality is not allowed in the Bible, and there should be death penalty for it. In my opinion.
It's still put down, right, Russell? It's still.
If you lay down with another man as you would a woman, you definitely need to apologize to your father.
Well, my daddy said, look at what homosexuals do. They put their penis in rectums. But then someone told me,
a lot of us like to do that to women too. I mean,
well, I think that is a homosexual act. That's a homosexual
even
act.
if you're doing it to a woman.
Yeah.
Because you're hoping it's a man.
Gives you a
woman
gives you a blowjob, you're gay.
Dude, heterosexual men don't put their penis in between buttocks. Gay
what
people
about in a woman's mouth? Isn't that worse in a way?
How's it worse?
Well,
the mouth is not the rectum.
And here, in wonderful Richmond, Virginia, and probably the whole state, for years there were anti-sodomy laws, and oral and anal sex were both considered sodomy here. I know in some places just anal sex is considered
Bible
sodomy.
Belt, for sure. Yes. Yeah, you're right, Russell. Yeah. Well, in England, it was against the law. Sodomy. Oscar Wilde went to jail for it. So
that's the gays thing, have come right? A long the trial of Oscar Wilde,
the famous sodomite.
Yeah, any society, is it ever pro-gay? Probably not, right? Because nature wants you to fuck to have kids. It's really they have a right to it, but it's against nature.
But then people complain about overpopulation and stuff.
Do they?
Yeah,
I used to have gay friends, but I don't think I know anybody gay now.
But what about gay people who adopt? Then can't they just be customers of straight sex?
What do you mean?
Well, if gay people still want kids, then they're still supporting the system because they're getting straight people to fuck and then give them kids.
Yeah, well, that's true. Right? I think most of us want children, and even gay people, I guess. But you don't, really, you don't want gay men to have kids because you want the family unit. But it becomes some of these kids can't get adopted, or the system is worse than, let's say, 2 gay doctors. Let's say 2 ethical. It's better. The best is having a mother and father, obviously.
So you're saying it's about the mother and father. So 2 women or 2 men wouldn't be good?
Not as
because
I have a master's from a developmental point of view. We're talking the ideal is a mother and father, but the real world sometimes you get 2 gay.
That was what they used to call that the nuclear family, right?
No, the nuclear family is the essential people in a family. It's not like a big Mexican American family. The nuclear family, I think, is father, mother, and children. It's more isolated.
I thought it was a mother and a father and 2 to 3 children in a 2-car garage in a nice neighborhood with a white picket fence.
Well, that's a typical what they
that's
thought.
Old fashioned as fuck, but I do remember hearing about it.
But it works for the kids, Russell. The problem is that most people are not good parents, probably, right? So really, probably in the future, there should be a better way of being a parent. because
Because all
some people should,
women are
if they abusive, they
all
should.
women need to apologize to their children.
Well, it won't ever be like that again, right, Russell? But you don't.
Do you know,
a lot of
whenever certain streamers have adopted religion,
Five Iron. My
Chris-
channel has done very well.
Christianity,
How's your channel done? 5 Iron.
they
How's your
talk a
channel
lot
done? 5 Iron. You creep. You're banned. Oh, why don't you go
about.
support Not Late Geno? 5 Iron.
I think
What a
he
creep you
already
turn out
left.
to be.
Sam.
Why don't you 5 Iron? How often did you support this deviant 5 Iron? Idiot. My channel's doing fine. How's
What
your
if we
channel
do
doing?
a
How's
religious
Hippie
stream like twice a year? We do a religious stream.
By the way, I don't think Hostbuster gives a fuck that much about views. I've heard him say that. He likes good conversation. Why don't you come up 5 Iron, you dummy? You
What did
creep.
he say?
Oh, his
Oh,
viewers have gone down by 70%.
it's about the
That's
people
okay.
who watch later.
This is something where, if we're honest about it, we haven't streamed in so long. A lot of people might not even realize that it's still a thing.
Yeah, I know. It's been what?
So
No,
we
it's the
got
haters.
few months.
we got to get to a point to where we stream like once a
Oh,
week
what
at
a
least, and
creep
then more
you are,
people,
5 Iron.
more people
This
will
guy
remember
supported Not Late Pervert.
that we
Believe that?
exist.
And
'Cause
he's supposed to be a lawyer, but
Sam. I'm
this
just
5
what I just
Iron,
wanted to
you're
say
banned,
real quick.
and that's why
I'll
you don't
let you
like
go
him too.
off.
You'll
on
never
this
be allowed
tirade.
on Stop 5 Iron. You can go
But
be with Not Late Pervert, you idiot.
It's
Maybe
real
you're a
easy
pervert,
to
Iron.
lose
5
momentum
Iron.
on
What a creep
YouTube.
you are.
Unless you're a really hot
Yeah.
young woman. If you don't stream for like a couple weeks, people just kind of forget about you.
Yeah, I've said that
That's
before.
true.
Unless you're
true.
sexy as hell.
That's
So
what we
when I-
need. Either
yeah,
a
when
hot
I-
young
we need
woman.
someone
we-
sexy
That's
as
not
hell.
entirely true. Most people, Jorg is still missed. And when I left RDA after 2 weeks, I still heard from people. I said, wow, people actually missed me. So there are some people. I think you would be missed, Russell. You're pretty popular. Most people, who talks about
these
5 Iron?
people forget about you too.
Lexi would be missed. I think a lot of people, including me, like her. So there are some people, but not most, Russell. Your point's well taken. You leave for a month, you'll hear from very few people. Let's put it like that, right? And that's okay. This should not be your life. You should have your own friends off of here. So if you think most of these people are your friends, you're a fool. Some people like HB and Russell truly are friends, I believe.
The thing I would like to do is to make it like a friendly atmosphere where you don't have to worry about being fucked with if you come in the chat or something like that. We're not going to start talking about your hair or your nose or whatever.
Guitar strings.
Yeah, we're not going to talk. We're never going to talk about guitar strings because there's something even more important, Sam. Bass strings.
So my last stream, it had some fighting, but not that much. But I was positive that a lot of people seemed to like that. There was a little bit of fighting. So maybe people are tired of the fighting and want good conversation. Not now.
I couldn't tell you. I think it's
By the way, 5 Iron, when I came in, there were 5 people. So 70%. Whoa. What's 70% of if 3 people went? But it was only 5 people firing. He's such a creep. I get tired of these real creeps. That 5 Iron, you supported one of the worst people here, Not Late Pervert. What a creep you are, 5. How do you contribute? You're no lawyer. No lawyer would support a sexual deviant who breaks UK laws. But you do.
Actually, a lot of lawyers have to support those kinds of people, right?
No, they're officers of the court.
They're always getting in trouble.
No, they can't support. No, they can't support deviants against the law.
Have you ever seen the movie?
Technically, officers of the court, Russell.
Have you never seen the movie Devil's Advocate?
No, what's that about?
It's about a guy who has to represent a pedophile in court. and he doesn't want to, and his moral regret.
I think in real life they wouldn't make the guy do that. I know it makes a good Hollywood.
But here, everyone's entitled to a fair trial, even someone
Yeah,
who's
but that doesn't
raped
mean
and
you have to
murdered a
represent them.
zillion people.
That doesn't mean you have
Yeah.
to represent someone against your conscience.
No, you
Right.
don't have to, but somebody
Yeah, somebody has
is
to.
going to.
Somebody will. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. But no, all the time people, like, I'll give you an example. Like Trump gives an order. Well, if it's against the Constitution, you shouldn't follow it. In the military too, if the sergeant gives you a command against the Constitution, you do not follow that just because that you're given an order. You get the idea? The
Right.
Constitution is supreme over everything. Even a president, that's maybe a problem with Trump because he might be, this idea that he took the plane, that story, Russell?
The $400 million plane.
That seems unethical, isn't it? And probably unconstitutional. You're not supposed to take gifts like that, right?
I was thinking, like, fuck, how nice is that plane? It is wrong, but how nice is that plane? Probably.
That'd be wonderful, right?
Probably has like a 0% chance of malfunctioning or crashing or anything.
No plane has a zero. It's very low, but there's no zero.
Though.
It has more chance because the more specialized, the more things can go wrong with it. It's like anything, right? The fancier the equipment, the more prone. Even with cars, the fancier.
I mean, like on your BMW or whatever, you got a Beamer, right?
I have a Beamer. Yeah.
What do you have? A
321, 328.
Does it have a backup camera?
Yeah. Don't you have a backup camera?
No.
Most cars do.
Most cars in the 2020s do.
Yeah. Well, it's not that old a Beamer. It's like 6 years old, 7 years old. I got it after my wife crashed the Camry. I taught her how to drive. That's why I have to pick her up. Yeah, because I was teaching her how to drive, and she started, the steering wheel started to swerve, and instead of correcting it, she just gave up and took her hands off the wheel, and it went into a fence. And it opened up a hole. There were dogs. Dogs came out. The car was stuck in the wall. We were okay. The police came by, this one idiot, and kept saying, he didn't say, how are you okay? He said, was she wearing a seatbelt? So if cops treat me like this, whitey, what about people like people of color?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, really, I want to like police, I do, but most of the time, Russell, they haven't treated me very politely. Just got to say. Even though I was a teacher and I had she used to come, the DARE officer was a female, and she was pretty nice.
It's very conflicting. Yeah, I mean, like.
It is conflicting.
I have a family of cops, right? Like my uncle, my grandfather, police officers, and
probably the Irish part. I would raise her.
Yeah, I can't really talk shit about cops around my mom because she starts crying. But like,
my family was like that too. Anyone that served in the military and or law enforcement in the family were a saint on earth.
Until it happens to them. They don't like defense attorneys until they need one. Same old story, right? Oh, you don't like black people until you get sick and one shows up and you need them. It's all stupid. The Irish, though, we specialize in politics and police and different ethnic groups. The Italians were construction, but the Irish were politicians and police. That's why historically there's a lot of Irish police. Jewish people, I don't know, probably lawyers, maybe Italians,
lawyers,
Poles,
jazz musicians. A lot of Jewish people were renowned jazz musicians. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like Benny Goodman.
When I start blaming the Jews for everything, I realize, shit, I like a lot of the musicians that were Jewish. I don't
know why that would be, but I guess so. Aaron Copland, I think. What about Leonard
I
Bernstein
was
and
talking about
Soundline?
like
Yeah.
Paul Desmond, who played with Dave Brubeck. He's one of my favorites.
Paul
He was,
Simon?
Desmond.
I heard
His
of
real
Desmond.
last name, he changed his name to like a more showbiz sounding name.
Yeah.
He's Jewish. Lee Konitz, Warren Marsh,
Oh, really?
Stan Getz.
Stan Getz,
Good
I've
Lord,
heard of.
I could keep
I think
going
Stan
on
Getz
forever.
plays the trumpet. Isn't that? I don't know why.
Tenor
Ask
saxophone.
H.B. Stomach.
Yeah. The answer is
Why are Jewish comedians, a lot of the early ones, because Jews are so few, but why are there so many, say, in comedy, right?
yeah, suffering. I don't know. Is that
Yeah.
what it is?
You
The
have to
need
laugh or something? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe.
They're the only ones.
I miss the, now that
Yeah,
I'm not.
I'm not trying to start anything, but there's not really like a lot of Arab comedians, are there?
No, right?
Can't maybe a few.
I don't think of Hamas as funny. Butchering
That's
Jewish
what I don't
souls
like
is not
about
funny.
the one thing I don't like about religion is
Uh-huh.
there's no humor in it.
What an interesting
Yeah.
comment. You're probably right, huh? Because
I can
it's an
remember
offense
being
against
a
God.
kid. When I was a kid, I was afraid of going to hell for listening to music, watching
that
horror
hell
movies
thing is
and stuff
tough.
like that. But I
Yeah.
grew up in the 80s where there was all this fundamentalist Christian stuff about
Well, I don't think mass has changed very much in
any
decades.
work of entertainment or art that's not actively praising God or Jesus is not
Yeah.
worth consuming.
Yeah,
That
that's
was the
some
message
religions
back
think
then.
that. Yeah. I think in the Orthodox religion, you can't even say like God or something. I forget how it works. They're very.
G-D is
You
how
can't
you're
even
supposed to
say
spell it.
Yeah, I think right,
your
Russell.
mom
You
is a
can't say that.
cunt.
You might be able to say your mom's a cunt. It's really
Oh,
some things are permitted and some aren't. I don't know.
but you can't.
He
Okay.
destroyed your father by being such an unruly whore.
Oh, I think
Uh,
Orthodox Christians and Jews, they're kind of they don't like sex. Maybe the
They
Orthodoxy.
probably just. I think a lot of religion is portraying yourself to other people as being someone that's
Oh yeah, you know the word of God. They don't.
but secretly you love the most fucked up, perverted shit ever. You just don't want anyone knowing about it.
I think if you're really repressed, it leads to bad consequences. Look what happened in the Catholic Church and kids. They should be married. You don't want to repress natural urges, right?
Can I play a song for you guys? Speaking of religion, and you tell me what you think of it.
Sure.
Is it some gospel music? Hopefully.
So it's I was at a wedding recently, and the daughter who was getting married was dancing with her father at the wedding, I guess to celebrate the wedding. What is your opinion of that? The father-daughter dancing at the wedding. Do you have any opinions of that?
Isn't that part of most ceremonies?
I guess so. So let me see. The song.
When I got married the first time, I had to dance with, I think, my mother-in-law. My mother too. Yeah, well, your mother you'd expect, but I think I had to dance with my mother-in-law. It was very uncomfortable.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, this okay. There was no dance with the groom danced with his mother. The bride danced with her father. And I don't know what song the groom danced to. The whole thing was just interesting, and actually the priest insulted the dancing.
Whoa. Why would he do that?
He said to the bride and groom, he said, you were both trying to lead when you're dancing. I hope you do better when you're married.
He's making a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, priests aren't known for their vaudevillian skills.
Yeah.
It's a very solemn kind of job, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah,
I mean,
he
I wouldn't
tried.
want to do it.
The church
He
was
tried.
really nice, but you know, you wouldn't what? You wouldn't want to be a priest because you
No, I
couldn't
wouldn't
make
want to
sweet.
be a priest. No, would you?
No, I mean I wouldn't be good at it. I don't think. You know. So tell me what you
I
think
think
of.
I'd be good at it, but I wouldn't enjoy it.
Okay.
Because I think I could, when you're given a sermon at mass, you're really like, it's holy. That's the one part that I remember. A priest was doing his sermon, and some woman came out of the pews and started crying, and she had to be driven away. And because it's holy in Catholicism, when the priest does his sermon, it's a big deal, right?
Yes. I mean, it's just like
It's special, protected.
Yeah.
But they're just dudes. Let's be honest.
They're just dudes.
They're
Right?
like
they got a dick between their legs.
Exactly.
Swinging.
They're human, and yet they're elevated. They're elevated, and I never bought that part of it. But
yeah, well, that's why the last pope was good. Like he put himself down.
He seemed pretty good, huh?
He didn't sit on like a high chair.
Yeah,
like
he didn't have those funny Wizard of Oz shoes that the German guy did. This Pope seems pretty nice, right? An American?
Yeah, it seems like so far so good. People are eating their hot dogs without ketchup in honor of him.
Do you know my wife still will not eat meat on Friday? And I told her the church doesn't even go with that anymore. But she it's so ingrained she won't do it.
So she feels like that's like the real high-end way to be Catholic.
But I think the church made it because of not enough meat or something. It wasn't a religious reason, was it? No meat on Friday?
I don't remember.
I don't remember either.
Yeah.
But it's impacted my life because I don't want to, make a beautiful steak and she won't eat it.
Could have been Jesus related. Well, tell me what you think of this song. This was the song that played at the wedding. If I need to, I should probably zoom it in really far so that I don't.
Yeah, I don't think at a Hasidic wedding that would be a good song.
Now, why is that? Why do you say that?
I don't think the Jewish people want Jesus sung necessarily to Jewish. Maybe a song about Moses.
Yes.
But how many are there songs about Moses?
I don't know. Moses is a Jewish figure.
There's a song called Books of Moses by a guy named Skip Spence.
The 10 Commandments.
Very cool song.
Hey, listen, I'm not a big guy with the Jewish history. Well,
you do have your father is righteously Jewish.
Yeah, but when I try to get into the whole Jewish thing, he's like, whatever. Like I tried to celebrate Hanukkah with him, and he's like,
maybe he says, "I'm Jewish, but you're the Catholic through your mom." So basically, get off my Star of David, goy.
Do you think your father just is not a very religious person? Period. No matter what religion.
That's what it seems like. I don't know. Maybe
if he wants his son to go to church, Russell, come on.
He wants it for other people, but he's not into it for himself.
Other people, we're talking to his son.
Yeah, he wants it for me, but he doesn't want it.
Yeah, he doesn't want
it. Weird?
No,
so
I don't.
He's Hostbusters is a junior, so Mr. Hostbusters Senior wants nothing but the best for his, I would imagine, only son.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Do you want to go to church though, just to make your dad happy?
I don't think he really cares at this point. But
okay.
Back in the day, he would. I mean, I don't know. Probably more so would make my mom happy than him. I don't know if he would care.
Yeah, a lot of people like me. I can't really say I'm religious, I believe, but it doesn't make sense to me that only a Christian could go to heaven. Like Hitler, if he accepts Jesus, would go to heaven, but H.B. Kent.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Hitler
It
would
is a
go to
kid.
heaven. Is that what we're assuming?
Well, in Christianity, you have to accept
If-
our Savior, or you don't go to heaven, right?
So did he accept? Did he repent before he went to heaven?
Well, the theory is if Hitler accepted before his death, he would have gone to heaven. Some people say that's all it takes, but I don't agree with that. Right? I don't agree.
I don't know what religion Hitler was. Do you?
Was he
Catholic?
either a Catholic or a
Christian?
Lutheran?
I think he was really into the occult, wasn't
He
he?
was. Yeah, he was. Well, some people, we've talked about this, think he was part Jewish because his mother worked for a Jewish family, and the theory is that the head of the household might have been playing around because there was some kind of weird circumstance. He had the birth. Could be true. I don't know. But
Do you think Hitler did Hitler ever forgive his mother for being a whore?
Oh,
I doubt
he
it.
loved his mother. His mother had breast cancer and did have a Jewish doctor talking about Jewish people. And because he liked the doctor, he let the Jew get out of Germany, and it saved his life.
Really?
Yeah. I know a lot about World War II. That's my thing. I mean, the world changed. And
don't lecture me, puppy. Don't.
America became the major. Britain used to be puppy. Britain used to be a world-class power, and then after the war, it became third, and Japan and Germany became number one. Our former enemies.
Wow.
Right?
That's fucking great.
It's not great.
Yeah,
it broke
it's
England.
strange.
England had the biggest naval force in the world. America number 2.
I
They
feel
had
really
an
bad
empire.
for the UK now. I wish them
They're in
nothing
pretty
but the
bad
best.
shape. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they weren't cool to the Irish, though, were they?
No.
They stole our land.
Yeah.
If
What
you really
about?
look what they did to they hung a lot of our forefathers in the Revolutionary War. They were the bad guys, right? Then the War of 1812, they stole our sailors off American ships to make them go to war for them. The British were not so cool, right, Russell?
Now, why do you say that?
Yeah, the only time I think the British were cool were when the Beatles started that whole revolution with popular music.
But that was
pretty
a couple of those were from Liverpool and Irish, by the way.
And going up to like Oasis and bands like that, but everything else about the United Kingdom, I really don't care about. They make really nice.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They make really good music. They make really good musical instruments, especially amplifiers and stuff like that. And a lot of the women, like Marian Faithfull and people like that, were extremely beautiful. But I'm an American, dude.
Yeah.
I don't claim to, like, if I went around saying that I was English American or something like that, people would think that was goofy as hell, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So I mean, I
well,
wish
I
them the
think
best,
most
but
of the mainstream ethnic groups, we don't define ourselves that way. I mean, who goes around saying they're Irish American? But a lot of minority people do identify by their ethnic group.
I'm an African, not an African. No, Jesse Lee Peterson says, I'm an American, not an African American.
Segregation was the best time of my life, Hostbusters.
Who said that?
Jesse.
It was so wonderful back then.
The poor baseball players, the whiteys, because before the blacks weren't allowed in baseball, so the greats can't claim that they were the best. We don't know because the blacks weren't permitted to play. So it fucked up everybody. Segregation was terrible, obviously.
I don't know. Jesse says it was pretty good.
The best time of his fucking life was living on a plantation in an extremely segregated South. Where is he from originally?
Jesse Peterson?
Jim Crow. He
Yeah,
grew
Jesse.
up during the Jim Crow laws
Jim
in
Jim Crow
Alabama.
How
was
old
a
is he? The Jim Crow,
beautiful
because
time for
things
America.
changed in the 60s. There's no more segregation in the
I
60s.
had a lot of respect for George Lincoln Rockwell and the
No
John
way.
Birch Society too.
No
Now
way.
he probably would say
Rockwell
something
was a
like that.
Nazi. John Birch is different. Rockwell was head of the American Nazi Party. Rockwell.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, I know my bigots. Yeah.
Okay, then what's your take on trans and the swimming?
Well, I might be the majority. Probably like you guys. I got to go off in a minute.
That's not a real question.
Your views go up. What?
Oh, you're gonna do that?
No, my wife.
You don't have to do that, Sam. That's not.
Well, I want 70% of your people to come back.
Why?
I'm
not
not so
going
bad
to.
if I came and you lost 70%.
You really believe that, guy?
No, not really. I mean, if you have 5 viewers,
it could have been because I came back.
No, that's not true.
It could
People,
be
I like you, Russell. I'm a little mad.
Yeah,
Be
but
me.
not everyone likes everyone, Sam. So it's not really something to worry about.
I'm dealing with May Noodles is very good on air, and she doesn't dox, but there's so many people who don't like her. Like a lot of people leave chat when she comes up, but I'll bring her up anyway if she's good on air. She's doing the right thing, but it's like you guys, Poon Handler wishes rape. He really did say that, but nobody cares except a couple. But
I don't think it's good.
It's terrible.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
So you hate her, but what about the people like Alex?
I never would have agreed with him.
Let's get him on here and beat him up a little bit.
Well, I don't think he really meant it. I don't think he meant it.
Yeah, I think he just gets really fucking mad and says but I've been famous, notorious for doing that too in real life and probably on YouTube too.
Real life.
Yeah, just getting real mad and being like, "I want to kill that fucking motherfucker."
Oh,
or whatever.
For sure. You have an incredibly powerful temper, but then it leaves right after 10 minutes.
Yeah, I've never actually been months later been like I still need to kill that guy.
Yeah, you were over the killing me after I think
justice has not been
I gotta go.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll come back later.
You gotta pick up
all right,
wife.
Sam. I think people like to just fucking
I'll be right back.
haze you by saying certain things. You shouldn't take everything that everyone says in chat as gospel.
Should I wait until Sam's back then to cover this song? I wanted to go through this whole song and kind of get both of your opinions about it.
It just, to me, it sounds like that really overly saccharine kind of inspirational music where it's got the keyboard and it's like,
I kind of like it.
Knows
marriage is corny anyway.
God, Jesus in the Bible. You got God and Jesus. Your faith in God is Jesus in the Bible. You got the Bible and God and Jesus. I've heard, because my aunt, I love my aunt too.
Yeah.
She loves Christian music. Her favorite radio station
we play it on the radio
Christian channel. Yeah. So
it's real.
I'm not a massive fan of it, but I don't think that it needs to be banned or anything.
No. In fact, when my wife took me to synagogue, I like that kind of Jewish music too.
Klezmer music? I like klezmer music.
Those were the days, my friend. She got that from Klezmer. Mick Jagger.
Yeah, that's a good damn, Sam. Good point.
Yeah, that's from Klezmer.
Yeah, it does.
Wait, you know that one, Russell?
Jagger
Mary Hopkin. Paul McCartney discovered her. Yeah.
Do you guys
already
know
a massive hit?
Wow. I love that song, Russell. My wife sings it sometimes. Some songs continue through the decades. She sung it, right? I think she only had
Yeah,
one.
that
do you
unfortunately was her only big hit, but she was
Right.
good.
Well, we're talking about it, but most musicians, right, Russ, they're one-hit wonders.
It's overall it's hard to have you're really lucky to have a big career with
Yeah.
like tons of hits and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Well,
most
especially now because it's about touring.
But like
I
but,
gotta
but
go
I
pick
don't
you up, you guys.
but I'll ask Ghostbusters this. Do you
yeah.
think that like being like really like super like successful selling a bunch of albums or getting a bunch of downloads and stuff, that doesn't always mean something's really good.
No.
It's just popular.
Yeah. There's people who sell out in comedy too. Like, doesn't mean they're great. It's all about who's the best at meeting the right people, maybe does it the most, networks, all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Remember when I was younger, there used to be a thing where if you were able to make really cool videos that MTV would show a lot, you were guaranteed a hit.
That's all it takes.
Even it used to be like you could ride a really good video into having at least one platinum selling album, cassette, CD, or whatever. But this has been years ago now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's changed a lot over time. Definitely. Right. Did you ever
Because
Yeah.
I think what used to happen is you would release an album, and maybe a little bit before or after, you would release a single. And then it got to the point to where if you released a single, you would definitely make a video for it too. And I think a lot of songs got really popular after MTV because of people enjoying the video. Like the video was a commercial for the album or the single, and people would go out and buy it.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like that was the thing back then, right? Like that was how
Yeah.
you did it. That was just how you got it done. And now there's not really
What's up, Eddie
an
M?
equivalent to it.
Yeah. But I
What do we
don't
got here?
really think that any time was better or worse than another time. Because like right now I like Spotify. Because if you want to listen to a bunch of music, it's really easy to do that versus having a huge record or CD or cassette collection to go through.
Yeah. Oh, I got to get back on Spotify because you sent me some stuff and there's a lot of stuff on there. Are they like the most complete catalog of any of the people?
I don't know. Everyone has their own opinion, but I just like them because it's easy to use. But yeah, I sent you a Frank Zappa song, "Peaches and Regalia," because that
Oh.
was like what we were talking about way earlier. Like that to me is a great example of a 16 track recording and a recording using tape speed to make instruments sound different, because there's like a wall of different saxophones and keyboards and stuff, but it was just one guy doing every part. His name was Ian Underwood. He's one of my favorite musicians. He played with Frank Zappa for years, and that was because of the ability to do 16 separate tracks and the ability to manipulate tape speed to make a tenor saxophone, pitch it up to make it sound like an alto saxophone or a soprano sax or a clarinet or whatever. And
Okay.
it's a great headphone song too.
So is it something that could only be done in a studio not played
Definitely.
live.
Yeah, because it
Yeah.
was just initially a lot of the stuff was just a couple of like 3-4 musicians, but being able to just stack track after track after track made it, you could make it sound like there was 40 people singing and playing on stuff. Kind of like a really good
Wow.
example is, Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen.
Yes.
Those vocals are just like 3 or 4 guys singing. They've just been multi-tracked so much that it sounds like 50 people singing on it.
Wow. Okay, so that's the technique they use. They like quadruple it or something.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was Roy. I think he passed away recently. Roy Thomas Baker was famous for getting that wall of sound, vocal sound. Okay, Eddie M, favorite sax band. See, I like jazz a lot, so it's a zillion. But I do like Morphine a lot, and I'd like to say another great Jewish jazz rock type musician was Mark Sandman, bassist and vocalist for Morphine. He was very good.
Okay.
He had a unique way of playing bass too. He used a 2-string bass and played slide, which sounds really cool. I wonder if we'd get in trouble for you playing some Morphine.
Let's see.
Is it?
What would I type in for that?
Morphine. The song Honey White was kind of a hit, and that's a pretty cool sounding song.
All right.
And fingers crossed we don't get in trouble.
All right. Honey White. Morphine. Live or?
I just go for the studio version. That probably sounds the best.
Okay. Here we go. Let me yeah, so I'll just like zoom in. I don't know what they really like, what they check when you do this. I don't know if they're checking for visual or sound, so I'll just kind of like zoom it in. Here we go.
Yeah, maybe
What?
Yeah, maybe if there's no video playing, the audio only won't be as bad. I don't know.
Yeah, let's give it a try. All right, is there anything you want to say to set this up before we go into it?
I like this song a lot.
All right. And with that, we play for you Morphine.
Honey White, Honey White, Honey White made a deal for some angel food. Honey White, Honey White, everybody told her it was sweet and good, yeah. Oh, honey, oh, honey. Oh, honey. Oh, honey. She said, you see me later, yeah, you see me later, will you see me later? Seem all too soon, and then he smiles. He knows honey's coming back. Honey's gonna want some more angel food. Devil made a honey. Devil made a honey. Devil made a honey. Devil made a honey. forget me when I'm old and wizened. And not a day before that. The devil says, honey, it won't be that long. Besides, I like to see you a little more fat. Yeah, I like to see you a little more fat. You know, I like to see you a little more fat. Honey white, honey white, honey white, honey white, tell me, how is your angel food? Honey white, ah, honey white, she says it's sweet and good. Honey white, honey white, honey white, the sweetness starts to fade. Honey white, honey white.
Okay. Oh, you're back? Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. I made the mistake of touching my phone the wrong way, and it kicked me off the stream.
Oh, kicked you out. Were you able to hear any of the?
Yeah, I forgot how cool that their sax player, I can't remember his name, is Dana something, but he was one of those guys that could play two different saxes at the same time, which is really, I couldn't imagine being able to do something that cool. But that fluttering kind of sound he got with the notes sounds really cool. That
Was
kind of
that
stuff
supposed to mimic like a bee sound, like the sound of a bee?
I don't know. Possibly.
I heard that. Yeah, that was really unique.
I don't know what honey white, I guess, is a woman.
Oh. Because he was saying honey white angel food. Is she the angel food?
I guess so.
Okay.
And we got to thank Mr. Eddie M for bringing up morphine. Oh, and the bullet mics. Yeah, those bullet mics do sound really cool.
What is that?
You know, you ought to look one up. They are very cool looking. I guess they use them for a lot of stuff, but a lot of harmonica players use them. They just have like a unique tone to them.
Oh, okay. It's kind of like
they're very like 40s, 50s looking.
Yeah, yeah. And that's for what does that do exactly?
I know if you sing through them, it gives like a distinct kind of like mid-rangey, nasally kind of sound naturally.
Is this this is what we're talking about?
Yeah.
This thing right here? Okay. That's a bullet mic. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's different. Like that's for vocals or for the instrument?
I'm not sure what they were originally intended for, but the other day I was looking, there's so many different types of microphones you can get, like in every way imaginable, and they range in price. I saw one that was $14,000.
Really?
Yeah. And that's probably not the most expensive one. But I've been meaning to look into that stuff more because I love reading about all this shit, but I don't know a ton about microphones. But I have recently been interested in different mics and stuff.
Well, I think that we should get a microphone for you, a lavalier mic or something. You were talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, I say we play a song and invite someone new in the show.
Yes.
wanted something a little better, but what's up, CB? You're welcome to the program. We're talking microphones.
Oh, can you hear me?
How you doing, Mr. Cool Boy?
Yeah.
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
All right.
Amazing.
Are we live?
We're live. We here now.
This is
Whoa.
live.
This is great.
We're
This is great.
broadcasting.
Anything
literally
can happen, dude.
This is great.
Yeah.
We have 3 to 6 people tuning in, possibly. So the
Oh
pressure's
yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Bring it on, baby.
What's been happening?
Oh, not much. I just got off the night shift, man.
The night shift over at the old,
The old
potato
Arby's, man.
factory.
The night shift.
on.
at the old Arby's.
The missile plant.
The Arby's.
Cool. Serving up beef.
Roast beef.
Yeah, the best. The meat. They have the meats.
We got the roast beefs.
Yeah.
I
wish
love
there-
horsey sauce. Horsey sauce. I wish you could just
Oh
buy it.
man, I could drink horsey sauce out of a tub, man.
Hell yeah.
Get my lips all dirty.
Damn, it's that good, huh?
Oh yeah.
Wait, is that the stuff that they put on bloomin' onions?
Oh fuck yeah, man.
That is?
Those See, I can't eat
Australian?
any of this stuff anymore because of my
Outback.
diet that I have to be on. But yeah, that bloomin' onion sauce is good too. But horsey sauce is like mayonnaise with horseradish in it.
That's
really
different?
good. Yeah.
Wait, what do they put on the bloomin' onions?
It's like the fucking sauce. It's like a fry sauce. It's good though, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Outback Steakhouse sauce, man.
Yeah, man.
Texas tumbleweed, man. Ooh, I got some new
Nah.
weed. I got some new weed, by the way, man. It's
Do
good.
you?
Mm-hmm.
How do you like all weeds?
I
All
only
weeds?
like sativas. The other ones put my ass to sleep.
I gotta figure myself out.
You know what's weird? I was reading, and I think this happened to me and a couple of my friends in the past, is sativas can freak people out if they're too potent. It's
Yeah.
like it speeds you up too much. It
It
makes
can
you
make people hallucinate and shit, man.
Yeah.
I'll be picking up my skin.
But I have a friend and
Ah.
that's the only thing he likes is sativas are a hybrid that's mostly sativa. He doesn't like indica either.
Indica knocks my ass out. Otherwise, I'd like it.
Yeah.
Wow.
This is a time where if you have anything, I think I might take some prescription medication. Not overtake it, but
I can send you some through the mail, man. You need some Adderalls?
What?
I was actually
You need some.
just some good old fashioned
Ah.
heroin.
That's not prescription though.
Ah,
I can't help you.
Well, what is Opana?
what is it?
All that
Street?
kind of stuff.
Just take some kratom.
Opana. Good reference.
Opana. What's
Who knows
Opana?
about Opana?
What's
I thought
Opana?
that somebody told me that was better than OxyContin.
Yeah, it's
Let me
like
see if I cam up real quick.
you got to cut it down into like eighths of a pill, or you'll
Oh
overdo it.
shit! Like fentanyl, right?
It's like fentanyl, yeah, in the sense that it's like way too powerful. And then there's
Oh.
one that we learned about. Russell showed me a video about one. It's the fentanyl of fentanyls. I forget what
Fentanyl.
it's called. It starts with an S. Like it's way more powerful than fentanyl.
Sativa?
It's not sativa. You could take as much as that as you want, and you're not going to die. You're just going to lose your
Like
Right.
real freaked out.
yeah.
Yeah, that's like with like certain hallucinogens. They can't like physically kill you, but you can get like really tripped out, fucked up for a long time.
Yeah. You'll want to die. You'll just
Well, yeah, but
not
that
be
had
able
me
to.
thinking. I was listening to one of my favorite bands, 13th Floor Elevators. They're really into LSD. I was kind of thinking at my age, it might be fun just to take like a fourth of a hit of acid or something like that every once in a while. Not microdose, but just a small, like a baby dose.
A baby dose. So that's more than a microdose? Or
Whoa.
Yeah, because I think a microdose, you don't even feel any sort of hallucinationisms or whatever. No auditory or visual stuff.
yeah. It's just for the sake of doing something.
Mind expansion. Yeah.
What we got CB. What do you got there? What is that? What is that? A vape cartridge?
Yeah, it's a vape cartridge.
Is it?
Yep, check this out. It's sangria and pink
I'm putting
rosé.
salt water in my
All right.
nose for my allergies.
All right. Nice.
I gotta get the can real quick.
See?
I wish I had a substance to take. What does that have? A port on the bottom?
It's got a port so I can plug it into my
You can
computer.
What is it?
Info on it.
Oh yeah.
Wars.
Download me some
Download some
Chiba.
porn.
Put some porn on your dick.
Yeah.
Can you download apps for vape cartridges?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be
Download some
interesting?
meth.
Tell you what time you need to do it. They track your sleep.
That's pretty sick. I like the. I want to get some coca leaves. I've been thinking about that because
That's
they're
a
like,
good
Yeah, that's
idea.
not supposed to be all that bad for you if you just chew coca leaves.
Yeah, the problem is it's highly illegal. I think that's the problem. Growing the
Is
coca
it?
leaves. That's what I hear.
I think I got a way to get some.
What is it? The Argentinian people chew on those things, I guess.
Yeah. It's not
They
like
do it all day.
it's not like cocaine level, like crazy wild.
Harlan Williams was talking about it. He was doing it. That guy's
Oh.
crazy.
Oh, he all right. So maybe it's not a good. Wait, well, what did he say? Like, did it make him go nuts?
No, he said it was just pretty chill. That's the only time he's ever done like anything like that. It was on Ari Shaffir did a show with him recently that was pretty good on his channel.
It was on Ari's channel?
Yeah.
Or on okay.
His new show, his travel show. The Harlan Williams one's pretty good, man.
All right. I'll check it out because I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about Ari Shaffir. I feel like he's the devil.
Yeah, he's not a good guy.
But everybody is, right? Everybody in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's the devil, man. You gotta watch out for that.
You gotta forgive your mother. Are you a JLP head? Cool boy?
JOP?
Yeah,
Who's that?
yeah. Jesse Lee Peterson.
Oh,
You
I
follow?
wouldn't say I'm ahead. I'll follow him though every once in a
Yeah.
while. He does funny interviews, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh,
ROTC guys on one time. That was pretty weird.
oh my God. Wait a second. Did I ever see that? Damn, I don't remember if I ever saw that one. So they went on his show or he went on their show?
I think they went on his show.
Okay.
Who else? JLP's talked to a lot of people. He's pretty good.
That's great. I didn't know that he talked to them. I've heard him talk to Adam Freeland. I've heard him talk to everybody, but
He talked to Grace Thorpe. That's insane.
no, what?
Yeah. He's talked to Grace. They've talked to each other. I'm pretty sure Grace Thorpe and JLP.
No shit.
Yeah. Thorpe's kind of got big there for a while, man. I haven't heard from him recently. You kind of blew the fuck up, bro. You know what I mean?
I know the whole like Destiny thing was kind of a thing. Wait, so did they go on his show or did he go on their show? What's the situation?
I can't believe they didn't promote that they were.
I'm looking for it. I don't see
Just
it.
League.
I don't see it anywhere. But ROTC, are we talking about the same JLP?
Jordan Lee Peterson?
Jesse Lee Peterson.
Oh, Jesse.
Oh,
Lee
you thinking of
Peterson?
Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, man.
The,
famous Joe Rogan guy.
Oh,
yeah, that's
right.
Jordan.
Oh.
Jordan B.
No, I know who
Peterson.
Jesse Lee Peterson is. That's what, yeah. ROTC was on his show. I'm pretty sure. I'll look it up real quick.
Okay.
Mersh was on.
Are there? You know what, guys? I wanted to mention this. I saw something really fucked up. It was a clip. This guy that had spent 5 or more years just mercilessly trolling Mersh
Oh,
wherever
yeah.
he went. He died,
Yeah.
and his family found all this Mersh-related stuff
Yeah.
on his computer and shit, and figured that he was a big fan and got in touch with Mersh.
Yeah, I saw this
And
too, man.
What?
It's pretty crazy.
That's I think that's a troll
Mersh.
dies a troll dies a sad death, because everyone assumed that he was a huge Mersh fan when he was
Yeah.
extremely anti-Mersh, to the point to where his family reached out to the real Mersh.
Wow.
That guy
That
just
is
sounds like a crazy
weird.
guy, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so if you're a troll, you're gonna burn in hell and be lonely forever, you fucking shitters. So that's what you got to look forward to. Look at Music Biz Marty.
Rest in peace,
That was
man.
his name?
R.I.P.
Dude, that gets me. I don't even want people go. Whatever embarrassing, stupid stuff I've done, I don't want them to see it after I die. There's nothing bad, but it's just like, I guarantee there's something that makes me look like a loser.
Oh,
Yeah, you should be. Yeah, to be honest, I was just kind of being overblown, but yeah, you should be forgiven for all the goofy, stupid stuff you've done once
No,
you
not
die.
him though. Me, yeah,
you would.
not him.
You would hope that people would be like, okay, you're dead now. You're not really gonna fuck with anything anymore.
Yeah.
But I just thought
Forgive
that
and
was
forget.
really sad. The guy's whole existence was trolling Mersh and his family.
Well, yeah, he's a crazy guy, man. He had a bunch of
his family found all this Mersh stuff and figured that he was like a massive fan of it and got in touch with him to tell him. And the guy was like around my age, so he wasn't all that young either. Yeah, he was pushing 50 too. Yeah. He was late 40s, I think.
Did Mersh? Yeah. Mersh went live last night. He was
He
pretty
did?
good, man. Yeah.
Oh, you caught Night Daddy, as he likes to be called.
He goes live every night.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
guy's
yeah.
a machine.
So what
He's
is
still able to he's able to live off of the money he makes streaming, right?
Yeah, he just stopped drinking too.
Yeah.
He went 31 days without drinking. It's pretty amazing, man. Mersh is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So what does he have
do
to
you
get?
like Mersh better than Aaron Imholt or Nick Rekieta?
I
Or who's
prefer
the
him
other
over
guy?
them.
Yeah, me too. Who's the other guy?
There's a third guy.
Bob.
Melton? Patrick?
Yeah, Patrick Melton.
Yeah.
Patrick
He's
Melton,
pretty good.
Aaron Imholt, or Mersh? Who do you like the best out of all three of those? I'm gonna vote for Mersh.
I don't know anything about Melton, so I'll say Mersh.
Mersh. I don't know. M. Holt's pretty good though. M. Holt has his moments.
He can be brutally honest about that weird stuff that was going on with his personal life. I
That's
wouldn't
what-
want to talk about that kind of stuff.
I mean, that stuff was like,
Fucking
I mean,
crazy.
yeah.
And he made a good
Weird.
point. When you're like in your 40s and you decide to embrace the cocaine and group sex lifestyle, that's not good. You should have done that 20 years or so
Yeah.
prior.
When you got kids, man,
Yeah.
you can't be doing that.
And you're
It's funny
because
though.
remember when
Weird, man.
Rekieta seemed like the only responsible, level-headed person out of the kill stream blood sports kind of
Yeah.
stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was a lawyer, right? And he
Yeah.
was like,
Rekieta Law.
yeah, he had it together. Like, he seemed like a serious guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he really did.
Yeah. Then he like just turned into some kind of crazy cokehead, man.
Yeah.
Pretty
Like
good.
the Wolf of
Pretty entertaining.
Law, the Wolf of Law School or something. Just really
The Wolf of Wall.
strange.
Yeah.
But I like being an old person myself. I think it's weird that like you're around 40 and you start getting into drugs or something like that. It just seems like you would have done that in your 20s at least.
Yeah. It's a late in life.
Yeah, it is weird.
kinda
Yeah.
thing.
Now Rekieta, I think he's gonna go back to jail, dude. Because he's got to stay off drugs.
Yeah,
for,
because he's trying
he's
to
doing whippets
avoid.
now.
Yeah, because that doesn't show up in drug tests. So a lot of people are they call it galaxy gas now. We used to call it whippets.
That's
back when I was
whippets.
yeah.
Galaxy
And
gas
because
is
it's a gas,
whippets,
I
huh?
guess because it's a gas, it doesn't show up in any kind of test.
Nah,
But people are
sounds
using
terrible.
it all the time, like, and it really fucks you up to be.
It's like an
Fucking-
inhalant, right? It's an inhalant.
Yeah, but
That shit
like
fucks you
when
up.
we were teenagers, I remember it from high school. You do
Yeah,
it.
the whippets, the whippet cartridges, yeah.
Yeah, the orange and the little cracker thing that you had to puff
Yeah.
out of.
Yeah.
But to do it daily, like dozens of times a day, taking hits off of it.
I did
gotta
it
fuck
once,
you
and I did it once, and I didn't like it. You know what I mean? I don't know why.
I didn't know that's what Galaxy Gas was. Okay, I've been hearing about people with that. So it's just a brand of whippets.
Probably.
Yeah,
And
I
in
think
certain,
Kanye does it, dude.
certain
Yeah.
places you can sell them. Like I remember being in Florida.
You can
around
sell them in a head
19
shop.
Yeah, they would call them balloon fillers,
Yeah.
and it was nitrous oxide, but it'd be like for filling party balloons, and they could get away with selling it that way.
So it's just, why is it that brand that's so popular? What's so?
I don't know.
what's
It's just a
like-
brand.
Okay.
Must be like people say that is it the red kratom that's supposed to be the best out of all of them?
I don't even know at this point.
But maybe
don't
the
know.
Galaxy Gas is just the best out of all the shit you can get now.
Oh, see, I don't. You know what? I don't mess with like red kratom. I just do the 7-0.
I've never tried
Ice
Seven
Road.
it,
tabs, dude.
but I've never had to use it because I know it helps people with cravings for certain things.
Don't do it, Russ. I'm addicted, man.
Yeah, I'm addicted to cigarettes and stuff. So
So fuck it. You're saying fuck it,
dude.
just add
You
another
get
addiction.
kratom. It feels good,
yeah,
man.
the older you get, you should cut down your addictions, not add to it. It's like the non-Rekieta approach to life. I don't
Yeah.
want to be a
Don't pick up.
50-year-old
Yeah.
orgy and drug addict. It doesn't seem like it would be very cool.
I always wonder though, like, is there an age where you should again when you're like 90?
Yeah,
I've heard people
why not?
say that, like That's like an old comedian. Oh, when I'm 90,
That's
I'm
like an
gonna
old
do
bit,
crack. I'm gonna do
Yeah.
heroin. I'm gonna do
That
all the
makes-
drugs.
when I'm 90, I'm gonna get back on. I'm gonna get on crack, man, and heroin.
Yeah, like if you know, like if
Yeah.
you've been diagnosed with an illness that's gonna kill you, you might as well
That's a pretty good bit.
do everything.
Yeah, I feel like my grandma's like in her 80s, 90s, and my dad's taking her off all her drugs. He's like, don't take Valium, all that shit. And it's like, why? Who gives
Put
a
her back
fuck?
on.
Yeah, Valium's good. I think it's a shame that a lot of doctors now that got people hooked on various benzos are now trying to take them off of it because it's very hard to get off of those.
Yes.
Kill you.
Sometimes they'll cut it
Yeah.
like cold turkey, and that's bad for you. Like
Mhm.
you're not supposed to do that. It'll like make you, I don't know.
And I've heard what they'll do.
It'll fuck
is
you up.
They'll hospitalize you for just like 4 or 5 days and give you barbiturates to get off of the benzos, but
That's
you
not
still
bad.
feel like shit for months afterwards because you
Yeah.
don't get over the needing
Well,
it.
the benzos are real bad, right? When you try to like quit them. That's what I hear.
Yeah.
Jordan Lee Peterson said he couldn't sleep for like 30 days, something like that.
I can believe it.
What?
Jordan Peterson.
Jordan B. Peterson.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson.
He
Yeah,
said
he-
he was up for
Just
30
to
days and he couldn't
Just
sleep.
to Lee Peterson and Jordan Peterson. I had some red vinegar and it made me stay awake for 36 days straight. I heard
Yeah.
you talking about his all meat, that paleo diet or
Yeah,
whatever,
is that-
breaking it, fucked him up.
I hear that that's bullshit. That's what I heard.
Well, it was
anyway.
probably the massive, because when people get really hooked on benzos, I mean, you if you are prescribed them, you're only supposed to take them like a certain number of times per day. But when you're hooked on them, you're taking way more than you're supposed to. So that was probably fucking him up worse than vinegar or too
I
much
imagine.
salt or something like that.
He cries on stream sometimes.
Oh yeah,
It's crazy.
he's a very
Do we
Isn't-
need to do that? Do we seem like we're emotionally stunted because
Nah.
we don't? Like,
Because
if we
we don't
could
cry.
start
Yeah,
just start
crying.
thinking about something sad and crying, that we would get more people interested.
That's why I don't like to smoke.
Yeah.
When I smoke, I start fucking wanting to cry.
What, weed? Weed makes you
Yeah.
sad? A
Hey,
saddie?
yesterday.
Did you ever have
Yeah.
such a bad alcohol problem that you would either get to where you loved everyone or you hated the entire world? And sometimes that happened in the same night because you were such a massive drunk. That happened to me a lot.
Yeah. That's happened to me.
Yeah.
You're like, I love you, man. And then you're like, motherfucker, I will kill you if you say something like that to me again.
You ever talk to me? Yeah, man, I've been there.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I mean, we've been some hard living motherfuckers.
Yeah.
We
Like
live hard.
three GG Allens on one stream.
Yeah, we go too hard sometimes. I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure out heaven and hell.
Yeah,
That's been heavy for me lately.
I remember you
Heaven and hell?
telling me you had some kind of like you tried ayahuasca or something. This has been a long time ago, but you went on a deep spiritual religious trip from it that affected you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of like wondering if I need to go, I don't know, have more spiritual experiences or something.
Yeah, go on an ayahuasca trip, man. Go down on Amazon.
I did the fly agaric Amanita.
Oh, the sacred shroom.
Ooh.
Yeah, the
Hey, can you guys hear me out on something? I don't want to piss y'all off by saying
Okay.
this, but I was thinking because I recently watched yet another documentary about Joe Rogan ruining comedy, which was the
Oh,
premise of it.
really?
Those documentaries are everywhere.
But do you think that he might have, like, his sense of humor might not be what it could be because he's just fucking stoned all the time on the most potent weed possible?
It could be a possibility.
Yeah, like
Because usually you're more like, it's like with drinking, you're more of a laugher if you're stoned or drunk, but maybe if you do it way too much and it's way too potent, it kind of, because Hostbusters pointed it out, he'll answer jokes like they're questions and he wants to get like a real logical explanation.
Oh yeah, Joe Rogan's an
to
idiot.
him.
You know what I mean? You ever see that? Joe Rogan's
But
a
that
fucking
might be
moron.
Getting too deep into your mind, man, from smoking all the grass, you know?
When those comedians try to make jokes and Rogan has no idea what they're talking about, it's like Rogan's an idiot, man.
Yeah, he'll try to just, I mean, like the Annie Lederman thing in that video.
That stuck out to me,
Fucking
too.
the Heil Hitler, or no, I mean the Third Reich. Yeah.
Actually,
So
it's the Third Reich, Annie. Yeah.
Man, I don't know how. And he wants to be a guy who teaches comedy.
Joe Rogan?
Yeah.
He teaches comedy?
He said he wants to start
What?
doing comedy classes at his.
Oh, that's dorky as fuck, man. I
Yeah,
would
him
never teach a comedy class.
him and Jimmy
I would
Carr.
just want to be like, I saw something, and I could be wrong, but I think that in 1 year, Bert Kreischer made $28.5 million from doing stand-up alone.
Fuck.
Yeah, he's huge. He was like a huge.
And I would just love to make that kind of money for 1 year and then just be real frugal.
Yeah.
And be able to help out my family with money and shit.
Yeah.
I'd donate all my money to charity.
Dude, like, how the fuck did... Yeah, I mean, listen. How do you live that way? And he's like, he needs more. That's what these people need, is more and more and more and more.
Yeah, but see, if I was making that kind of money, I wouldn't have any ego difficulties at all. I'd be so thrilled with just my...
You say that, though, but you don't know how the money...
Yeah, I could be like...
Rogan talks about how the money
me.
changes.
Let's talk about me. I've got a story like that. Okay, check it out, guys. I mentioned this to Hostbusters earlier. The Altria Theater, which is very close to where I live, it was called the Mosque until the Muslims got offended.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, no, wait, this is the wrong one. I apologize. Let me put in the right year. Because I didn't think it was that close. I knew it was semi-close, but the Altrias are... Permission to Party Tour. November 16th. Oh, he's going to be at the Altria Theater again. Comedian Bert Kreischer adds Richmond stop to Permission to Party Tour.
Oh.
At least. November the 16th of 2025, which would be on a Sunday, which is pretty cool. You know, it's not a work day. Tickets can be purchased. Blah, 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 blah. How much is it going to cost, though?
Yeah.
I'm giving all this biographical information about him, but
they don't have like a ticket master type of...
Oh, I'm sure
deal.
There's something like that. This is like about 10 years ago. My aunt and uncle went to see James Taylor at the Altria Theater.
Oh, nice.
Two tickets for $300 fucking bucks.
Damn, that's a lot of money. James Taylor?
Yeah, then they're boomers, so of course he was one of their favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's something too I was thinking about, guys. Back in the like late 60s through most of the 70s, people's favorite bands meant a lot to them. They would travel all over the place to see them playing live. It'd be the highlight of their year, like seeing Aerosmith somewhere or something like that. It was a big money-making thing, and it was also like a big deal to people personally, being able to see their favorite bands and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good business.
And it's just what is just no longer a big deal? Is that what you're saying?
Well, see, back then you couldn't go on YouTube and watch concert footage or anything like that. So, and it was and before like videos like VHS or whatever, maybe bands would make movies you had to see in the theater of their live concerts and stuff. So I just think it was just more of a it was a bigger deal.
Yeah, a lot more options, or less options. More options.
Okay, I'm gonna send this to you guys because this is classic Kreischer advertisement. When someone's a big comedian like that, they have opening acts too, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have an opener, yeah.
Okay, so you send it through Instagram? Okay. He's got an open. I wonder what his opener is, huh? Let me take a guess.
He's the machine, dude.
Yeah, he's the machine. I'm the machine.
That's a stupid fucking joke that he has. I'm the machine.
Permission to party.
Permission to party.
Nice.
It's got two fancy are they called flutes, those glasses of champagne flutes? Yeah.
Yeah. So he's got look at that. Look at Birdie Boy with his champagne flutes.
Sack of shit. Hey, check out the Instagram. I made a different picture.
Oh.
Wow.
How do we oh, let me check that. Whoa, look at this guy.
I had the Joker face to everything in AI now.
Wow.
Yeah, he's really good and fast at doing that. You'll send him something, and he'll send it back to you like in 2 seconds, done up like that. What if we did a thing like Buster's presents Permission to Goon?
Yeah.
And we just talk about hot chicks and beating off.
Yeah, what would you do to her fucking tits, man? Look at those fucking boobs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like, who would it? We'd have a Pinhole on.
They'll get Jarva back on the team.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Jarva, what do you...
She's already so fond of us now. Like, yeah, we're just going for full-blown sexism.
Yeah, because once you say that you're in, she just doesn't like being a hypocrite about it. Once you say you're all about it,
she would call us lesbians.
She's a great person.
I guess. But the thing is like we could go from being lesbians to being like talking about getting our balls drained all the time and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, getting your balls drained. Bunch of rotters.
Embracing the androcentric, non-dork maxing lifestyle.
Mhm. What is androcentric mean? Sexual?
I think it means just based on males, like males.
Oh,
Like
instead of
Jesse Lee.
gynocentrism.
Yeah, and gynocentric is like Jarva, I guess.
Yeah,
Thinking women are so
gynocentrists.
fucking wonderful.
With their fucking sloppy vaginas.
We're gonna own the libs. We're gonna own the libs with this stuff. All you snowflakes better just watch the fuck out, you snowflakes.
Oh, we got to put that montage together with all those comedy pictures. Yeah.
We need 3 pictures of Cool Boy. Too,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool Boy, you got to do some like wacky,
for our
like try hard comedian.
What are we called?
Stuff.
We're the Murderers Road Death Squad.
Yeah.
The Murderers of Death Row, dude.
I like that. The Murderers of Death Row. Yeah.
Death Row Records.
Yeah. Yeah, I was hoping like people didn't take me seriously when I said I was one of the assassins.
I hope people don't take us serious at all. We're just usually trying to goof off and have fun.
Red Bull.
Yeah.
I've never been on a stream and felt like I'm going to make a very profound statement that's going to change the way people think about everything.
Yeah.
You're a killer. He's a killer. You guys are killers. Fucking murderers.
Murderer.
And yeah, we're actually willing to murder for comedy.
Yeah, we don't even. Yeah, it's not a metaphor for us.
Yeah, if
we
killing
don't-
someone would make people laugh, we'll at least attempt it.
Yeah, like the joke.
Bad boys.
Yeah, we're like the bad boys in that song.
The Sopranos meets George
Sopranos
Carlin.
meets Sopranos.
With a little Noam Chomsky added for the hell of it.
Oh, for the political.
Little Sam Hill.
Yeah, Sam Hill's the one trying to change people's minds. He's trying to turn
Hearts
hearts
and
and
minds.
minds.
He's trying to
Hearts
fucking
and
fuck our minds up.
I think that's
Sam
an
Hill.
NPR radio show, but Sam Hill should do. Like, it could be a little half-hour thing, Hearts and Minds, where he just talks about like what he thinks is wrong with YouTube and maybe society and the world, and just be like, look, this is how I feel.
We could be like a half hour long.
Yeah.
He doesn't realize it because, yeah, sometimes he gets on my nerves and stuff, but I like Sam Hill.
I hate him.
do.
Yeah.
I absolutely hate the guy.
Yeah, he and Cool Boy, y'all even did a stream together called Enemies, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought.
Well, maybe we can work on that. We can make it to where y'all just dislike each other.
Yeah.
And totally hate each other.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah, I enjoyed some. I enjoyed Enemies. For what was it? 2 episodes?
I think it was.
Yeah,
2
I liked
only.
it too.
Yeah, man, it was a hit show.
It was just too ambitious.
It was
Well,
too
no,
ahead
the
of
thing
time.
is that they actually were enemies, and it was impossible for them to do more than a couple of streams together. So it was very honest.
I guess you have a point there, Russell.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was too real.
It's like, this isn't a gimmick. We really don't like each other.
Yeah. It would be true.
Yeah, like the behind the scenes, was there even more like wild shit going on?
No.
Where Sam,
really.
Did you guys just try to
no.
avoid talking to each other until the stream itself started? Is it that bad? Yeah.
Well, me and Sam, we
Well,
couldn't
it was-
fucking.
It was
I
an
couldn't show
honest.
up on time. I couldn't show up on time for Sam. I'd always be late, and it's like, well, dude.
It was an honest stream about two people that did not like each other.
Yeah,
Can't get more raw and real than that.
he didn't really go anywhere though.
Did you like say something that got on his nerves and he's like, fuck you, I'm done with this shit?
Did he? Yeah. Did you get him to walk? Did he just log off or whatever?
I don't know what happened. I can't even remember.
Did you tell him that his wife wants a better man?
Yeah. If you bring up his
that
wife
up?
or his
Ooh.
kids, that's definitely not going to go over well.
Yeah, his ex-wife. Bring that up. Oh, he hates that man.
Any of his personal stuff.
Yeah, his fucking.
But
kid.
I don't blame him. I wouldn't want to
dumbass
talk
kids.
about that shit all the time either.
Yeah. Well, you tell him like his, you know, he does too many Quaaludes.
Does too much Ambien.
He
You tell him
claims
that?
that you accused him of being addicted to Quaaludes, Ghostbusters, and I
Yeah, I
don't remember
did.
that at all.
I
Oh,
did.
you did?
He's
Okay.
talking about
I'll tell you
Lou.
why. Because as soon as I got on the show, he's like, "Oh, here comes the cough syrup addict."
Oh,
Yeah,
damn,
well, that's
dude.
what he does. Is that this guy wanted to kill me, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just fucking made something up to throw
That's
back
why I
at him.
don't get. I found a picture that had nothing to do with him, and to me that was like how he takes like really weird pictures, and it's like, yeah, that's Russell, that's Ghostbusters.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't think
yeah.
I didn't think it was any different, but he did not like that I did that.
Yeah, he's fucking.
But I just thought it was funny. I honestly wasn't going for trying to hurt his feelings or anything like that at all.
Yeah, you're not a hater, right?
I only hate myself
Me too.
and what I've not been able to do.
Yeah.
What?
Welcome to the club, man.
You have to. Listen. You're a buster. You're one of the.
I know we can
Founding
find a way. I know we can find a way.
I know we can find a way.
Find a way.
That's so good. That's such a good song.
Do you think if we rewrote 80s theme sitcom theme song as the Busters theme that we would be in any sort of trouble?
No, you could get past that. shit, man.
I mean, Red Bar's song is from another show.
Yes.
We could be like, there's Ghostbusters and Russell and Cool Boy to make you laugh, you know. And it's time to get together. Jump in the comedy bath.
Yeah.
Well, you could make that. You can just make it your own song like that. You wouldn't even have to use the remake.
Is that what is that based on? Like, yeah, are you basing that on something?
Nah, it's just thinking of like that style. That's what I do a lot when I'm playing. I don't cover a song, but I think of like the style that it's being played in and just try to come up with my own thing like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because in a way, if you keep doing it and keep fucking with it, it becomes something original. It's not
It's
just
true.
you trying to sound like Eric Clapton in Cream.
Yeah.
So that's what I see.
You just keep jamming, right? You're jamming, then you make up your own song. You know? You just
And
remember
if
the
you keep-
chords.
And if you are kind of loose about it and pick a favorite song and keep playing it over and over again, you'll want to start changing it because you get bored of just doing the same thing over and over again. And the more you change it, the more it will become something unique.
Yep. You just gotta be careful. What's that one song? Ice Ice Baby. He used Prince's song, and he was fucking blatantly. It's like he used it, so he got sued for a bunch of money.
Yeah, because for a while, that wasn't. There were no I forget what it was. It was like a certain amount of music. It was okay to sample if it was under a certain length. And a lot of rap, hip hop, whatever you want to call it, for at least until the late 80s, they didn't have to pay any royalties.
Really? They
Yeah.
stole all kinds of stuff.
Now it's
Really?
like you'll see a song and it's credited to 20 different people because of the samples and stuff.
Oh, you could just sample as much as you wanted, and it didn't.
Yeah, there was no,
That's
because
it.
no one ever imagined
Yeah.
that sampling would be so big.
And it took too much effort to figure it out. Is that what it was?
Probably got easy. When Napster and shit happened, that's probably when it got pretty big. Like when people started downloading free music and shit like that.
That caused a big deal. Were you guys old enough to remember Lars Ulrich appearing in court and stuff
I
like
remember
that?
that.
Yeah,
That was badass.
that was a big deal.
Yeah. No, LimeWire was more my speed.
I liked
That's a good
WinMix. I used
I never
WinMix
used that
for
one.
a couple years straight.
Yeah, I think it was WinMix, Winamp.
Or WinMX, whatever.
So that was the app that you played it on, right? Or was that where you downloaded?
No, it was a downloader, and you could download movies. I used it for music, but you could download all sorts of stuff.
Pirate Gay. Well, I don't use any of these. I was gonna say, I don't know. You do any piracy?
Silk Road,
Never heard of it.
Silk Road too.
But what about FrostWire? That was another one. It was like the newer LimeWire.
Oh. And there was Kazaa or Kaza or something like that.
Kazaa. Yeah, it was Kazaa, but we called it
This
Kaza.
friend of mine, she downloaded, who knows how big it would have been, the entire whatever, all seasons of the TV show Dallas from one of those places. And she got a DCMA thing.
Really?
Yeah, telling her that what she had
Because
done.
she
was
downloaded
illegal.
episodes of a show from 40 years ago.
Yeah, well, it might have been 30 years ago back then.
Oh.
But yeah, it might have been that it was for sale on DVD or something. But if you're really honest, I don't think anyone, if they have even a somewhat decent knowledge of computers and how to download things, they're not buying Blu-rays and DVDs and CDs and shit like that anymore.
Yeah. Dude, a guy I went to high school with, he used the Pirate Bay to download transgender porn.
Oh.
And then his internet provider emailed his house, so his parents saw it, and they're
Whoa. And that
where
was
did this
for
come
real?
from? Yeah.
Was it a Christian internet service?
I don't know what the
provider?
fuck it was, but it's you're stealing this content, so
Oh, it was not morally.
it was because it was
Granny
healing.
porn?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said it on he said it on stage one day.
Well, that's funny joke.
Right. Yeah.
Shit.
Fucking. I didn't even know he was a comic until I saw him that day. It was a weird little thing.
Yeah. You see those guys, you wouldn't even realize they're comics.
Yeah. I mean, he was the class clown kid, I guess. Bill Maher said he was the class wit.
Yes, Bill
I
Maher.
wasn't the class clown. I was the class wit.
The most
Bill Maher
intellectual man everywhere. Was
Bill
Mr.
Maher,
Maher.
gave it up. The king, Bill
Yeah.
Maher. He was doing an episode with Tim Pool the other day. It was pretty good. on his show.
Hey,
Club
what
Random.
happened to the
Oh.
Bachelor of Music? The guy that gave
Oh.
lessons? Miles
Yeah.
Anderson? He hadn't done anything in a while. It's
Oh,
on
really?
hiatus. Yeah.
Ooh,
Because I'm
Miles
sub
Anderson?
to him.
That's a.
Because he showed a real old Bill Maher comedy special that was fun to watch because Bill was kind of rocking a mullet back in 1989.
Bill was in the room, man. Bill was loving it.
Wow.
I've
Yeah,
always kind of liked him, but he does seem kind of smug and shit.
Oh, he's smug as fuck.
But that's just kind of his style.
yeah.
He wouldn't be him
He's
without
good
that.
friends with Kid Rock. I thought that's pretty crazy. Like that's like one of his
He
good
is?
friends. Yeah,
Really? Oh, is that why he went to the White House
probably.
with him? Okay. Interesting.
Bill Maher and Chris Rock are good friends, or not Chris Rock, but Kid Rock. Not Chris Rock. Kid Rock.
Oh, is that why he's friends? Because he thought he was Chris Rock?
No,
I
yeah.
mean,
He
that's a
thought he
good
was
guy to
Chris
be
Rock.
friends with.
But you wouldn't think that Bill Maher and Kid Rock would be friends, but they are.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, man.
Wow. So they hang out and shit. Has he been on? Oh, he's probably been on his podcast then.
Oh, he's
right?
been on
Probably
like
they
3
both
times.
like to drink and get stoned, so they probably enjoy just chilling out and doing that.
And they do they like to go to orgies together?
Oh yeah.
I could have. Bill Maher's almost 70, isn't he?
Yeah.
Bill Maher is 70, I think.
But
Yeah, he's probably got Blue Chew, or they're probably a sponsor of his. What is that? What is this podcast called?
Club Random.
Club Random.
Yeah, Club Random.
Club
but yeah,
Random. Oh yeah.
He was notorious for dating younger women of legal age, of course, but
I saw him one time with a black lady.
yeah.
That's pretty nuts.
Where'd you see him? Out in the world?
No, I saw him like just Google Images, I think.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
he was dating a lot of younger women of all ethnicities for a while.
Yeah. Anytime anybody's married, he's like, "Are you sure you made the right decision?"
Do you really want to have children?
I couldn't deal with one pussy.
Yeah, I gotta deal
Have
with
you
one.
noticed there's a new, like, I guess it's more like right-wing sort of attitude that by 25 you should be married and have 3 children and
Yeah.
family and all that kind of stuff.
That community is gay, man. Fuck that community.
I don't understand it. If that's what you want to do, but I don't think it should be a demand.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. You should only do it if you know it's the right decision. Right? Like, but yeah, I mean, I have people, not that often, but even like, I have a doctor who's even like, so, you know, one day you're going to have kids, right? I'm like, I don't fucking want to do that.
I couldn't imagine
Like
having children.
Yeah.
For many different reasons.
I just think, like, I don't know. First of all, like, you got, well, what are your main reasons? Because I'll tell you, like, first of all, I got to be way richer.
My family history of mental illness, I'd hate to have a poor child. That was crazy, too. Being a young white person nowadays comes with all sorts of bullshit. Like, they'd have to go to school and stuff like that. And I don't know. I don't think the world is going to get that much greater in the future. I'd hate to see what everything's like in the next 30 years or so, which I probably won't live to see. So I'm grateful for that. But I just think it would be hard. And financially, it would be really hard.
What up? I'm back.
Well, what about you?
What are your... Oh, sorry for interrupting.
No, what? What's up? Were you saying your main reasons why, right? The 40 reasons why you'll never have kids.
Oh, 40 reasons?
I mean, like Russell was saying, going to school. You gotta make them go to school. You gotta have money.
Pay for all shit. You get a bunch of money back from the government though, a lot of times.
Yeah, that wouldn't be enough for me. All the energy that goes into it, like
18
That's
years.
like when you buy a $5,000 TV and you get a $50 rebate. That would feel.
Yeah.
It's a great analogy.
Yeah. Oh, because what they're doing? What is it? They're doing $5,000 to have a kid now.
Are they? Damn.
And all the people who have kids are like, "Fuck you! I had a kid. What do I get?" And they're like, "Sorry, it's too late."
Too late. Yeah.
And they say, "Well, then we'll have to. If we do that, then we'll have to give everybody back their student loans, and we don't want to do that. So, I mean, we did it, but we're not going to do it more."
Yeah, man. I think I'm gonna have a lot of kids, man. One day.
Oh, all right. And what's your plan? Like how many kids?
I'm thinking at least four to six.
All right.
Like Gavin McGinnis says, dude. I'm like Gavin.
What?
I gotta have like 4 kids. If you don't have 4 kids, you're a pussy, pretty much.
Okay. Sounds about right.
Gavin McGinnis does boxing every morning, man.
He is?
He does boxing. Aaron Emholt does boxing too. Boxing's pretty cool, man.
Yeah, but I got nothing against boxing. I want to punch a guy in the face. Still waiting to see him around town.
Damn.
Maybe if I got it out in the ring, I wouldn't give such a shit.
Gavin says it's tough, dude. He says sometimes you get whacked in the nose, but he says it makes you tougher for the rest of your day.
Yeah. Oh, so he does it like
a little
regularly?
kid. I got punched in the face several times. I'm lucky I don't have a really weird looking nose.
I got my nose broke one time, man.
I don't know if it never got broke to where I had to go to a doctor, but it bled a couple times from getting stuck. It was always a sucker punch too. I wasn't expecting it.
Yeah. Was it a black guy?
No, I never really gotten into any. Like when I was a kid and a teenager, I never had any racial incidents. I think things are so different now compared to how they were when I was young.
Black guy cheap shot at me one time. Broke my nose.
He did what? He sucker punched you?
Yep.
I'm trying to think. Did I ever get punched by a black? I don't remember if I ever get punched by a black kid. Or I definitely got beat up by white kids.
Yeah, I got in a fight with some white kids. Mostly.
It was never like. There was either kids that were way stronger than me or way weaker than me. It was never an even match.
Yeah.
It was either a kid beat the shit out of me or I fucking totally was giant and like hurt him. But it was never a fair fight where I was defending myself, which makes no sense.
I agree.
Like I was like, not that I was like going around, like I was hurting kids that were my friends. It didn't even make sense.
You're a pretty big guy though, right?
Yeah, I was bigger than a lot of kids. So it was weird that people. Yeah, but here's the thing. Like I was like not athletic shape. So like I was tall, but I was like in school, I was the opposite of now. I was like really thin with no muscle mass. And I just was sleepy all the time. So if somebody wanted to fuck with me, they probably could. But a lot of people, whatever.
Yeah, he had the mass and size on you though. That helps.
I don't know if I had massive thighs.
Yeah,
but-
people don't realize
Massive
it
thighs.
because he's such a pleasant person, but Ghostbusters is a fucking giant, dude.
Oh,
Have you ever
Big
seen those
guy.
videos of him skating? He's fucking like what, 6'2"?
6'5".
6'5". Yeah, you know what? For the sake of everyone, 6'5". Yeah, 6'2".
Hell yeah.
But yeah, you can't tell anything on the internet. And honestly, like, I don't know. The guy who punched me like a month ago, he was shorter than me. So that.
Oh, a guy punched you a month ago?
Yeah. In my neighborhood.
Oh, is that
Damn.
that dude that was trying to steal a bicycle or something like that?
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about
He
that.
just ran up to me one day, and I thought he was saying hi, but he just fucking knocked me in the face.
What the fuck?
And then he ran away. So like every few days, sometimes I'm just like, I just
Dude,
hang out outside to see if he's gonna walk by.
carry a knife
I'm
with you.
doing
dude.
Mr. and
I had
Mrs.
some
Spooky.
I had some problems with the dude not too long ago, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm just gonna carry a fucking knife with me. So if this guy tries to fucking do something, I'm just gonna fucking pop him real quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you could stab him in the
Yeah.
heart, and then people would raise like $400,000 for you.
What, to get out of jail?
Hell yeah.
That's pretty sweet.
Some guy runs up on me? Fuck.
Would you
Wasted, man.
would you do it without hesitation? Just fucking jabbing in him?
Yeah, there'd be no hesitation.
See, I'm thinking like I would I don't know how I feel about a knife, but I would use a riot gun.
Oh, well, they have those weapons that don't cause death. What are they called?
The lesser
Yeah.
less
Beanbag
lethal.
guns and stuff.
Shit like that. Yeah, there we
You
go.
can
I
get
want to buy one of
pepper.
those. Fuck a knife.
I
Well,
got
you know what? This is a horrible way of looking at things, but vision is not my strong suit.
Mm.
But you can get in so much trouble for assaulting people. It's like you might as well fucking kill them.
Yeah.
You're gonna do about the same amount of time.
Well, someone runs up on you, man. It's like,
Is that
you
true?
It seems like it. It seems like if you beat the crap out of someone, you can do a really long time.
Depends. I seen a guy beat the shit out of somebody and he got 7 years in prison, something like that. That's a long time though, man.
I think so. Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
7 years though, that's better than life, I guess.
Yeah, so you're saying what that you would get 7 years for killing a guy? That doesn't sound right.
No, for beating a guy up.
For beating a guy up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
that's
but here's my theory, and this I guess this is going kind of deep. But what if you get sentenced to 5 years and you wind up yourself getting killed in prison?
okay.
Well, I don't know. That's on you. You gotta fucking figure it out, man.
So you might as well kill someone and get life, right?
Yeah.
All right, so it all comes
Yes.
back to killing a guy. Might as well do it.
Sure.
Are you just saying you really want to kill a guy, Russell?
No, but I'm old and I don't have to worry about this shit because you guys are a lot younger than I am.
Oh yeah. I'm getting into all kinds of
2 or
stuff,
3
dude.
Because when I go places and stuff, it's not like people are looking to fuck with me or anything like that. And I'm just like an old dude doing this thing. But if I did get into a situation where someone just like, I don't know, tried to hurt me or something like that, it would really piss me off, and I'd probably want to kill him, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the guy that punched me is older than you. He's like 10 years older than you.
Did you call the cops on him?
No, but you know what's interesting though? The cops showed up. Like they just showed up.
If he fucking sucker punched you, then fuck that
Dude,
guy. Send his
he
ass
called me a pussy because the cops were there, and I didn't even call the cops. They just showed up. He's like, "You pussy, you fucking call the police."
Send that guy fucking to jail, dude. Sue his ass for a bunch of money.
Well, the thing is, like, I asked people, and they said if you call the cops, you're not even gonna get your ambulance taken care of. They're not, or you're not gonna get any like. That doesn't mean he has to pay your hospital bill.
Yeah,
he's gonna get written up, but that's it.
Good point.
I'm not saying I don't care what anybody else does, though. You know, anybody else get punched, go ahead and call the cops. I don't give a fuck. It's just not what I did. Did you ever see the video when New𝗕𝗨𝗦𝗧𝗘𝗥𝗦 got punched?
Oh yeah, man. I was in Austin when that happened.
Oh wait, did you send me that video?
I might have sent it. I don't know.
Okay, you were in Austin.
He doesn't seem like
The
the
guy
kind
fucking-
of person that someone would want to punch. That's strange.
He played the Billy Race or some. There was a fan at the comedy club, right? And the comedy, the fan had on his phone had the what's that one song who was it? Mark McGrath, Stevie Ray or whatever. The lead, he played that song going on, and New𝗕𝗨𝗦𝗧𝗘𝗥𝗦 called him a faggot or something. And the guy fucking attacked New𝗕𝗕𝗨𝗦𝗧𝗘𝗥𝗦.
He played that. He said that on stage or what?
No, they're just sitting like there's like a hallway you go before you get to the stage area, and they're sitting there.
Okay, so he called him a fag.
Something like he said, make
All
fun
right.
of his song. He said Stevie Ray or Stevie Ray, whatever the band was, sucks.
Okay, because I mean those are slightly different things. If you say Stevie Ray sucks,
Why he was some kind of dick
versus you
towards.
say you're a fag, I could see somebody punching somebody for calling him a fag. Not that you should, but I could see that more.
Well, yeah, the guy just flipped out, and I guess he tried to beat up New𝗕𝗨𝗦𝗧𝗘𝗥𝗦. There's a video of it.
I saw the aftermath, like when the cops were there.
Uh-huh.
But I didn't see the actual guy.
Well, I didn't either. I think they just showed. I think they only showed the aftermath. They didn't show what happened.
Yeah. Oh, because it was too late. So it was just him telling the story of it then.
Yeah.
But so this was in Austin?
Yeah.
And you were there. You went to
I wasn't
Austin.
there. I was in the city of Austin, though. I heard about it.
Okay. Now, all right, so how big is Austin? Like, is it
I think it's 1 million now. Now I think it's big.
Oh, the square footage of it is pretty big?
Oh, I thought you were talking about population.
Well, both. I guess both, really. But is it a wide distance? Like,
it's pretty spread out.
Okay.
Everything in all the towns in Texas are big. It's crazy.
Okay, because Tim Dillon was saying like Houston is way bigger than Austin.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And that he's saying like Joe Rogan is like selling everybody on a lie, kind of.
Ooh, a lie of what?
But that Austin is like this big city that's like hot shit, and it's really not.
I could see that. People, I mean, if you talk it up enough, it will be though. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Tony is trying to do. Like,
yeah,
you know, I've never been personally. I've never been there, but
it's not bad.
No,
it's kind of fun.
You'd go again?
Yeah.
And you were there for comedy?
Yes.
Now, where did you go?
I went to the Velveeta room and Cap City Comedy and other ones around town.
Cool. Yeah, like people when they talk about it, they only really talk about, like the mothership. That's all I hear people talking about.
Well, yeah, I guess the mothership moved in. I don't know if Cap City. I think Cap City. That's the main comedy club in Austin. I think that's still around.
Okay.
The Velveeta Room was the other one, and I think that one's might be gone now. I don't know.
I want to see that documentary about it. So what did you do when you were there? You went to the Velveeta Room?
Oh yeah, man, I go there quite a bit. Go to Cap City.
You did a set there, or you did
you do your open mic set. One time I opened. Yeah.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I forget for which comedian it was. It was a pretty well-known guy.
Harlan Williams?
No, not that well-known. Not that great. I met Doug Stanhope.
Doogie Horner?
Doug's a pretty good guy. Doug Stanhope.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Do you know Doogie Horner?
No, who's Doogie Horner?
That's like the most famous guy ever opened for, and he's nobody.
Well, he's probably in his area. Is probably
yeah,
pretty
he's
big.
probably a big deal in Doylestown.
Yeah.
Fucking, that's where I saw Jim Norton.
Oh, nice.
Doylestown.
Was Jim Norton good?
Yeah, he was pretty good live. Colin Quinn was good live. I'm trying to think. Casey Rocket was pretty good live.
Ooh, you saw Casey Rocket?
Yeah,
Nice.
we were front and center, front of the stage.
Big Casey Rocket fan.
Yeah, he was. He gave me one of his pictures.
Oh, nice.
He hands those pictures out to the audience during the show. Yeah,
That's cool.
Like a Photoshop of him meeting some random person. Yeah, it was cool. His openers were all right. I don't know if they were like local guys or what.
I don't know. Those Austin guys seem like they all like they tour with each other and shit. So it's probably one of his guys.
They didn't look familiar. I know what you're talking about. Like there's like Cam Patterson, Uncle Laser, all those guys.
Yeah, they're all boys, dude.
These are like other guys. Like
they're killers, bro.
I don't know if you know. Yeah, dude.
The murderers.
Killers, yeah, assassins.
They're sharpening their sword.
Yeah.
Their comedy sword.
Yeah. Fucking wild. Dude, the amount of times he moved that stool was fucking incredible.
Oh, Casey
Rocket. He didn't fuck the stool. He moved it across the stage about 40 times.
That's pretty good.
Speaking of callbacks, Cool Boy.
Yeah.
You've been kind of keeping up with the Lion Meows versus Red Bar thing.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I was telling Hostbusters about it like way earlier today.
I wasn't keeping up on what happened last. What happened last? Didn't he get his shit unstricken? Isn't that what happened?
Yeah. That's as far as I know. And supposedly Mike and Jules were going to stream tonight.
Oh,
and people were wondering if they were going to mention what had been going on.
I don't know. I doubt they do.
So I hate to say this, but I'd never join the Scars Club because I don't want them fucking knowing like my information.
Yeah, they know your password. You have to put a fake name in. That's how I did it. So like they never caught me, but yeah.
Because that's what happened to that fucking... Yeah, like if you say something they don't like.
Mike will dox your ass. Like it's fucking crazy.
Well, see, I notice what they'll do is like if you show any picture of Jules, like she could be in a burqa, and he'll claim that you're sharing child porn over her.
Wow.
That's what he did to the Lion Meows guy.
Yeah.
And it was because he included a couple of pictures of Jules, which by anyone's standards were not nude or CP or anything. But I think it's the case of the red bar cries in pain while he strikes you.
Mm.
I'm gonna say
Physical pain, mental pain.
I enjoy the content and stuff, but I would not want to get on their bad side for any reason, because they're like people like Pod Awful and Revenge of the Sis and Red Bar. Their fans are like fucking Jonestown people, and they just try to destroy your whole life if you say or do something they don't like.
Yep. Definitely dealt with 2 of those fan groups. Don't know about if
yeah.
I don't know if
I
I ever
want to deal, because then you really would have to start going around killing people, and then it sucks.
Yeah, you're saying killing the fans of these people, or you're saying if you were a fan, you would have to kill for them?
I would have to kill for my favorite streamers. Yeah.
Yeah. Would you? Is there any streamer you would be willing to do that for?
You. If you.
Yeah. All right.
You could brainwash me and get me to kill a bunch of rich people and
CEOs.
Write shit with blood on the walls and stuff. Yeah. No, I noticed from like just little bits of stuff I picked up is that like, and I really shouldn't name any streamer people, so I won't.
Yeah.
But their fans, male and female, are just so joyless and hateful. Like, I wonder if it's not making fun of a retarded person or something, they just don't think it's funny.
Yes. Yes. I think you're right about at least one of the groups I'm thinking of. That's pretty much.
And if you
their range.
Give them any reason to go after someone, it's like they're having multiple orgasms.
Yeah.
Thinking about doing it. Because I do think they just really enjoy being cruel to people. It satisfies them somehow to know that they're being extremely cruel to someone.
They love it. They're sick. They're sick in the head.
These sick fucks
are just really unhappy. I would want to work on my own happiness, because for me personally, hurting someone else's feelings would not make me feel better about myself. You know? I couldn't imagine being like, okay, I'll torture Radio Foreman and make his life miserable, and that'll make me so fucking happy. My life will be great. Speaking of Chuckles, how are you doing? Eddie M, Radio Foreman, everyone. But I just don't personally, and you can call me a pussy if you want, that's fine. But I don't think that tormenting someone is, like, even if it wasn't like something I cared about, like, say I only looked at it from the point of view.
What if it's a shitty person?
What if it's those people we mentioned before?
Yeah, fuck them, man.
I don't know if I'd even want to get involved with it. If they hadn't fucked with me first, I don't think I would.
Yeah, if they didn't fuck with you first, that's a different story. And if it's,
I would probably feel kind of guilty, no matter how much I hated the person, if I knew that I had done something that just really set them off on a tailspin of depression or something like that.
Well, if it was, I don't know. There's some pretty bad people, Russ. You gotta take care of these people.
Well, yeah.
Treat them like shit.
I
treat them like shit, man. That's what I say.
Yeah,
that's your take.
I think the Cool Boys approach is equally valid.
Thank you. That's all.
He's a motherfucker, man.
Yeah, that's what I always thought about Cool Boy. That he was
Cool
a
Boy.
real
Yeah,
Fuck you
motherfucker.
up.
I'm a
I would
killer,
not
man.
want to be an enemy of Cool Boy, and I'm not fucking around or kissing his ass or anything. I'm just being honest.
I'm a killer, Russ.
He's a
Murder,
killer and a
death.
straight shooter.
I'm the murderer.
Death row assassin.
Death row murderer.
Yep.
Man.
So,
No, but I get what you're saying, Russ. When you hurt somebody's feelings, you don't feel good afterwards.
there is a remorse, even if it's somebody you hate. Sometimes it gets back at you.
Yeah, because when you think about like shitty stuff you said about someone, you're like, yeah, I probably went too far with that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really want them to blow their brains out or anything.
That's why I don't.
No. Yeah.
Oh fuck. Yeah.
I wouldn't beg them to put the gun down if they attempted to do it, but I wouldn't want to be the cause of it either.
Wow. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's like that's why I don't smoke weed too much, because all that.
You
guilt
think it
comes
makes
back.
you like do like you're like, I'm such an asshole. I need to be kinder.
Yeah,
You
it
get
gives
on one of
me.
those kind of things. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm like, what about that? Or what about that time I stole that thing from a supermarket? Fuck.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, man.
A lot of times.
Oh,
I,
no.
like, especially since one of them's no longer with us anymore, I'll look back on how shitty I was to my parents growing up. I feel real guilty about that if I get too into my.
Yep, sucks, man. You don't get a second chance
Yeah.
to take that back, man.
Just try
Yeah.
not. Dude, I guess that's the thing. I've been such an asshole in the past. I just try not to go for that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I feel. Yeah, man. Sam Hill, dude. I need to be nicer to that guy.
Yeah. Oh, that's. I mean, that's a guy. That's a type of guy. Interesting type of guy.
We all have to.
He was here
forgive Sam
earlier.
Hill. We all have to forgive Sam Hill.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, well,
And
actually,
Sam Hill needs to forgive all of us too, I think. I think
Yeah,
he would feel
sure,
better
Sam.
if he
yes.
wasn't worried about our addictions and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
Sam.
Yeah, and what we said to him 5 years ago.
Yeah.
You said I was gay in 2018.
Yeah, so Sam, you could just find it in your heart to, man, forgive, dude. It would be awesome if you could do that.
Yeah. Definitely. Hey, I want to get. All right, let me see if I can do this. All right, I was trying to get. So there's this song. So Russell, did you hear that Bob Carlyle song?
Yeah. The song about the daughter?
Yeah, have you heard that song before?
No, I honestly haven't.
Okay, so I just want to play a little because all right, so Cool Boy is here now.
Is this
I
the
don't
kind
think-
of song where if you were really stoned, would you start getting like a tear rolling down your cheek listening to it?
Me, I don't know. All right, so I would say now the reason I say I don't know is because I only ever heard it. I know some people would, and I'm not saying that no song would do that for me, but this song specifically had some lyrics. I don't know, some interesting lyrics that I thought were like worth just really listening
You thought
to.
it touched you.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it.
What?
I didn't know what to think of it, honestly, and that's why I want to hear.
That was good.
That is the song. Now, yeah,
It's Kevin
thoughts?
Brennan. Kevin Brennan did that song.
He looks like
So-
Kevin.
Yeah, that's the Kevin Brennan song. A few comment I see. Chuckles says, "This is about pedophilia."
Chuckles. I can kind of understand, but isn't it about a father whose daughter's going to be leaving to get married, and he's going to miss her?
That's beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a few that he said. My daughter's starting to look like her mother. And she only lets me kiss her on the cheek now.
What?
Yeah.
Does
So, like,
this song kind of you think it's kind of disturbing?
well, I didn't know what butterfly kisses were when I heard it. So I thought he like wanted his daughter to just like kiss him all the time. But apparently it's like your eye not eyebrows, your fucking
nose.
your
you flutter your
eyelashes. Your eyelashes.
Okay,
Yeah. Radio Foreman says incest and pedophilia.
Yeah, see, it's a
Good
different world, man. Everything like that could, like, I think if you are a father and you write any kind of song about your child, male or female, people are going to be like, yeah, this guy sounds like a fucking pedophile. I mean, that's just how everything is.
Who was the black guy that made a song about him fucking his dad?
What? Are you talking
Was
about
that
Kanye?
No,
I know Cousins, but
It was who was the old black fat guy? He used to. What songs did he sing?
The old black. You talking about fucking G.G. James or something? What is his name?
BB King. It wasn't
King?
him.
I'll be right back. I'll figure this out.
Okay.
I'll Google songs about incest. See if we can find any. Okay, the AI overview says songs that explicitly address incest as a theme are rare and often controversial due to the sensitive and illegal nature of the subject.
Luther Vandross. Luther Vandross sang a song about him banging his dad.
What's
weird.
Really? Is it called Dance with My Father?
Yeah, that's what it is. Play that.
Oh my god. All right,
Oh shit. Let me look up these fucking lyrics, man.
Let's see. All right, let's get it. Oh, you want to get the lyrics to read along to it?
No, I'm just doing that on my own.
Okay.
I don't know this song.
All right.
I think there's a music video.
Yeah.
Something about his father coming for him, and it does sound like he's saying, "My father would come fuck me," but he's saying, "Come for me."
Oh, fuck me. Yeah. People say this is about him banging his dad.
Who says that?
I just heard it.
Okay, it's like a secret meaning?
Yeah.
Okay. It's like a common thing?
It's a weird song. Do you ever dance
All
with
right.
your dad?
No. Never.
Exactly.
Okay. All right.
One verse where he says he'd come for me, it sounds like he's saying he'd come fuck me.
Isn't it kind of a weird song? He says that.
Yeah, so you think so are you saying it means that, Russell?
No, I think people are just mishearing it. I don't think the song has to me. I looked at the lyrics on whatchamacallit, Google, whatever, and I didn't notice any incestual overtones at all.
I think he was probably gay.
Oh, Luther Vandross definitely was, but
If he danced with his dad,
Yeah.
seems like a kind of a gay
That's a gay thing.
behavior. So he may or may not have gone further. But that's quite an interesting thing. I mean,
I don't know.
do you think that was less creepy than the first one, the same, or more?
I'd say the first one was more creepy.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Cool Boy. If you certain lyrics about, and especially mentioning kisses of any sort.
Well, the kisses. She only kisses me on the cheek, I think.
Oh, where did he kiss him before?
It's just about lizards. Oh, all right. We'll check out Uncle Lizard. Or I just want to play this
Uncle
other
Laser?
song.
Uncle Laser?
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, let me just play a little bit of this.
Daddy's little girl of my world. I never knew a beauty like this before. So clever and cute, an angel with an attitude. I want her all mine all of the time. I know songs like this can come off weird, but there's nothing weird about helping Daddy trim his beard. Dads do that. 'Cause I love my daughter, but not in a creepy way. Though I realize father-daughter love comes off that way. I just love my daughter, but again, not in a creepy way. The father-daughter dance, surrounded by adorable girls, but there's only one that's got my eye. Her feet on my shoes, her hands on my hips. Yeah, it's a weird visual now that I think of it. I know lines like that can skeeve people out, but when it comes to tickling, woo-hoo, she about to get it now. I'm very careful where I tickle my daughter, never inappropriately. I can see how that came out a bit confusingly. I just love my daughter, but seriously, not in a creepy way.
All right, now we go to our fourth song. This is one from Chuckles. I never heard this one. Have you guys heard Lizards?
No. What's it about? Oh, Uncle Laser.
I have not heard this song.
Lizard, lizard, lizard. Where are you, little lizards? Where are you, little lizards? Where are you, little lizards? Let's go down by the river. Why's that? 'Cause I bet you that's where we gon' find some lizards.
Lizards.
Unless it's cold or snowy, 'cause it's winter. I know that lizards know they don't.
This is good, man.
Yeah.
One time I saw some lizards in a tree. Yes, I did. Then they turned the same color as the leaves. Yes, they did. It happened to be autumn, so the colors, they were awesome. One was red, one was yellow, one was peach. How neat. I heard a lizard singing in the woods. I never saw him, but the song was really good. Then I saw a lizard and he looked tie-dyed. He said what up to me and he gave me a high five. It goes, lizard, lizard, lizards, where are you, little lizards? Lizard, lizard, lizards, where are you, little lizards? Lizard, lizard, lizards, where are you, little lizards? Where are you, little lizards? Where are you, little lizards? Going searching for some lizards. Yes, we going searching for some lizards. Yes, we going searching for some lizards. And I hope we meet a whole bunch of lizards. Yes, I do. One time I met a lizard on a flower. Yes, I did. I sat down and we talked for like an hour. Yes, we did. But then I told a story and I think she found it boring. 'Cause she closed her eyes right away and then she started snoring. One time I saw a lizard on a farm. Yes, I did. And he was eating an eggplant farm. Yes, he was. He asked me if I wanted some. I said, sure, if you're done. Took a bite. That was yum. That was yum. I met a whole family of lizards. And then my mom, she invited them to dinner. Yeah, she did. We had supper at 8. For dessert, we had cake. But then they said they must be going. It was getting late. It goes, lizard, lizard, lizards. Where are you, little lizards? Lizard, lizard, lizards. Where are you, little lizards? Lizard, lizard, lizards. Where are you, little lizards? Where are you, little lizards? Where are you, little lizards? Going searching for some lizards. We going searching for some lizards. We going searching for some lizards. And I hope we meet a whole bunch of lizards. Yes, I do.
All right.
Is that AI?
I don't know. Chuckles sent it. All right. I'm gonna add that. Maybe I'll add that to the rotation. It's not a bad song.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I'm 3 hours past what I thought I could even do this for, so I hope I didn't wake anybody up. Thank you guys for being here. We'll do another show hopefully soon. This is all I can do for tonight. Thank you for being here, everybody.
Thank you.
All right. Have an
And
amazing
chat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.